has begun again. Yeah, let's go do one of these.
Letters are pouring in from all corners. Congratulations, pledges of loyalty, conversions to Andraste.
Yes,
All
yes.
premature until we deal with Corypheus.
We've scouted the region and set up camp. Professor Kenrick has the scouts gathering anything they can find. So far, we've uncovered a lot of very old buckles. Hopefully this yields something more exciting. Anyone who comes here should be ready for hostile wildlife and angry Avvar. This place is dangerous. Scout Harding. All right. Let's go, Tom. Solus and Sarah. Solus needs a new name. We got Tom, we got Sarah, we got Adam, and we got Solus. Let's just call him like Sam or something. Sam. This isn't a rim world. We can't just rename people. Well, I'm going on. This is gonna be a whole new zone too. Like, this is gonna be a zone of quests. Uh-oh. Actually went to just some DLC about 5 levels under-leveled. Script below the images.
See you again, Inquisitor. Allow me to introduce Professor Bram Kenrick.
That was
He's
weird.
the reason we're out here.
A pleasure to meet you, Your Worship.
Did you just lean down to look at my groin?
Kenrick teaches at the University of Orlais.
I came on an exchange program from Starkhaven. While in Val Royeaux, I've found something incredible. After 800 years, we may be able to determine the final resting place of the last Inquisitor.
Hooray.
The texts say that Inquisitor Ameridan was a dragon hunter who vanished on his last expedition.
Yes, precisely. I see you've read Lautrec's Precursors to the Chantry. Inquisitor Ameridan stepped down shortly before the Nevarran Accord brought the Seekers of Truth into the Chantry. He hunted demons, dragons, and dangerous apostates in a time before Templars even existed.
I'm all for history if it means tracking down the equipment of a famous demon hunter.
Loot sounds good.
If the last Inquisitor has been missing for 800 years, it's only fitting that today's Inquisition help find him.
Your scouts have gathered artifacts from the area. They may help us discover what Inquisitor Ameridan was doing.
I have news as well. We've encountered hostile Avvar to the north. They call themselves the Jaws of Hakkon.
Jaws of Hakkon.
There's also an Avvar hold to the east. Unlike the Jaws of Hakkon, they've been friendly so far.
The Jaws of Hakkon.
They're hostile Avvar who attack any Inquisition agents or researchers who get close. We've sent soldiers for defense, but the Hakkonites are cunning, merciless, and know the basin better than we do. I'm afraid our men will not be able to hold out.
Oh god. We have to finish your playthrough on this before 4. You got some time. This DLC is a whole zone. Yeah, we're not finishing Dragon Age today.
Should go.
Once the zone goes really quickly. Research outpost. Let's see how the roofs are here. Trespasser. Is that the DLC that's after the end game? Someone told me that there wasn't a DLC that you can't access until you beat the main game as well. I don't know which one it is. I guess that's one problem with getting it as a like big bundle where it's all just one game. Alright, let's go. What we got here? Oh, that's one of these guys. Why isn't it using a potion? There we go. Here, I'll help with these. Holy crap, That thing hits so hard. I gotta keep an eye on my cooldowns. There we go. Well, that was not good at all. That was only part one of that. So basically, these rifts in this zone are really strong. I need to save my enough stamina so that I can use whatever Iron Fortress on cooldown. Spell. Hopefully, we spell something big. I don't know. So you played it twice. It came out. That was it. And another one. I know that noise. I need enough stamina to cast that. There we go. God, I hate these stupid things. Wow, this might be the first time we die in a very long time. He doesn't have any thing off cooldown either, so I think he's just dead. Well, now I know, I guess, but jeez, that is pretty rough. I highly doubt he's going to be able to res anyone. Doesn't have any of his defensive cooldowns. I mean, he could use the rock armor thing. That's not going to do anything. We'll see if he can res in time. Doubt it. Nope. Wow, that's our first wipe in so long. Wait, you got my res up. Yeah, we're going to have to come back to that. Now that I know what's going to spawn. Holy crap. That was brutal. Hey, we didn't wipe. He somehow res me just in time for me to run away. What sucks is we have to do the part 1 of that again. Man, that was really brutal. All right, let's try that one more time. So I'm gonna have to manage the other guys too. We're gonna have to just focus one of the wraiths down at a time. The crazy thing though is the fear demon spawns those stupid spiders. Fear spiders all strong. Also don't have my Mark of the Rift. Oh yeah, I need to, I mentioned that earlier, that I need to refill the secondary potions. I just forgot. Let's do that before we head out too. That will help. Then Solus will have the potion that he can use to help heal other people. We'll have the bees back again, all the good stuff. All right. This game's a lot longer. Yeah, that's one of the downsides for a lot of people, is just that the game is so massive. Tried you into World of Warcraft? I do. Doing the raid. Just came out that day. It's pretty good. Glad to have, I mean, I had mostly fun with it back when I played it, but to me it ended up getting to be like a job. So I'm glad I'm not playing anymore, but as long as you are having fun. All right, let's try that. Maybe I should even take spirit resistance. Maybe swapping in the, I think those do spirit damage. Makes sense, right? Anyway, we got that epic spirit resist belt. That'd probably help out a lot here as well. I'm surprised Blackwall took so much damage though. Final Fantasy. Well, it was for you twice. Was it Cold for Despair and Spirit for the Wraiths? Yeah. And then I wonder what damage the Fear Demon does. I don't know. Yeah, get off the horse. Good God. That's so much damage. Alright, what's left up? Kill me while I was down stunned. Alright. We'll get res. Also, what I might have to do is wait until I can get away from this. I was gonna say wait until everyone else has aggro. Yeah, it's the Wraiths that are pumping out all the damage. So I don't know which one to dispel. I don't know which one the big demon came out of last time. I think Despair might be cold. This thing so much. Yeah, they're not even in the first one of this, and we already used all of our potions. It's crazy. Let's see what this one dispels. I think what I'm gonna have to do is come in when we have whatchamacallit off cooldown. Oh god. We have the Inquisitor move off cooldown, use it on the second one. Or I'm gonna have to equip resistance for the Wraiths or something, because they're just like chunking down health. Crazy.
Is wobbly here. You sure it isn't? Nibbling.
All right, we'll come back. Come back.
What? Let me check. Sensing. Sensey. Definitely wobbly.
Yeah, we're on our way to unlock. Wait, did we just get the third potion slot actually? Last time we played, I forgot about that, but it looks like it is open there now, right? We did. All right. So let's see here. So I could say healing mist. Brahms. Thank you for the follow, Brahms. So in the area of effect, will attack other enemies for 20 seconds. Or how well that works on those. Let's try that out. Let's try that out. But yeah, we might have to take some of the resist. How long does the resist work? 120 seconds. Okay. Let's see. So black wall, cold resist for the. I don't know. Like there's multiple different kinds of damage coming into us. So I'm not sure if he'd be better off with spirit for the wraiths or cold for the demons. Well, let's see how the spirit one does. And then Solus. Try the confusion potion as well. Or grenade rather. And then Sarah. Let's Tears of the Dead. Next 3 hits inflict poison on the target, causing forward damage. I'm really using a lot of Blood Lotus here. Alright, healing mist for you too, I guess. Alright, let's see how this does. And if this doesn't work out very well, we're just gonna have to come back when I have my focus up so that we can use the Inquisitor moves. With the Inquisitor move, we should be able to take out like one of the waves pretty much. Like use that, then use Whirlwind to pull them in. Also, let's make sure you don't ride the horse all the way in this time. Yeah, that's a brutal one though. Hardest rift so far. You thought quit raid leading when Wildstar died. Turns out something that never really leaves you. Never played Wildstar. I know we talked about it on stream before, but I never played it. All right. Let's try this. Oh, can I actually hit 2 with it? Alright, we'll try it. Go back to work. Thank you. And really good luck not going back to work. Sure you do in a minute. Did not work on these? Oh my god, these things are just destroying Blackwall. Get on those, I guess, because I'm basically dead. Okay, so yeah, 2 more potions than we did last time. That did not go well. Let's dispel this side, see what that is. So that confusion potion does not seem to work on demons. Good to know. Can I use the Rift Disrupt while I have that up? No, it still gets interrupted. Well, that rift really sucks. It's not even over yet because this freaking thing keeps hopping away. I hate Spirit Demons. It was like harder than any of the bosses that we fought in the whole game. Good to know that the confusion potion does not confuse demons. Dawnstone, tier 3 metal. Look at all this stuff though. Oh, Swift Great Axe. Armor pin, crit chance, critical damage bonus, cunning strength. That might actually be better than mine. Swift Great Axe, higher damage. Yeah, it absolutely is. Plus we get more crits, which is amazing for us. We actually got an upgrade. The blades of this axe cut the air smoothly, almost eagerly. Finally. How's it look? That's the important part. It's kind of cool too. Compliments my nipples. All right. Teal up. Let's head towards the next camp. So now we have an axe with more damage, more crit. More crit means more resets on our skills, more stamina regen, all the good stuff. This is pretty cool though. I better be able to go up in this tree house. Oh no. There's a skull. I thought we were done with shards because we did the zone where you open a door per zone of shards that you've completed, and we got the achievement for doing all those. We got through the final door. Now we're here and it's like, ah, but wait, there's more. All right, time for the blurry camera. This is fine. Oh, there's one. Okay. Why? Why did they make it this way? There's two. All right. By now, I will include your own skull of a tranquil for just $5.99. That's a good deal. I don't know why you'd want one, but basically losing money not buying that. Oh, there's another one. Uno mas. Oh, there we go. Get me out of this. Opinion, what's the best Dragon Age game and the best class for Inquisition? Well, I don't know. So I've only played through once for each one on the stream, right? So they each have their perks about them. This game definitely feels more modern than like Origin and whatnot, but the story in Origin and stuff feels better overall. So although there are a lot of people who like the gameplay better in the first one. So it's really hard to choose. I like them all so far. I didn't play the second one. I just read all the stuff from it. So that's one caveat with that. As far as which class to play whatever archetype you like the most, because if you end up wanting to try out one of the others, like you're gonna have people on your team. You're gonna have basically 2 of each kind of character in your roster that you can take control of and play. So if you're like, oh, I really wish I was able to play with bows for a while, you can just switch over to Sarah and just play as her and let the AI take control of your character. So as far as best, again, I've only played through it once. This is my first playthrough. The two-handed sword character ended up being way tankier than I thought it would be. I'm sure if you went like the Berserker route or whatever it's called in this, it would not be the Reaver or whatever. But I don't know. It's all been pretty fun so far. Whatever archetype you like best, I'm sure you can play through, even on this hardest difficulty. Not too much trouble. Because you can fill in the gaps of what you need with the rest of your party, and you can play as them too. So I know that doesn't really answer your question. I'm enjoying Inquisition. I also liked Origin, but for different reasons. My warrior is fun, but it seems like all the characters are fun. This must be on top of that. Maybe. Hello, are you guys enemies? No, okay. All right, maybe it isn't on top of it. Or it is. Is that a mushroom? That's a big mushroom. What are these noises? There are giants here. For anyone that has been wondering, like, do you need to play the first 2 games like this? Not really. This game has a ton of references back to them, though, so if you have played those or at least read the stories or whatnot, you'll get a lot more out of it, especially the lore. If you're playing it more for the gameplay, though, I guess that's the case with Dragon Age in general, but I would say maybe with this one more so. If you're playing just for the gameplay, like, there are other better games in this same genre for gameplay. Like, it's nothing, like, super amazing. It's good, it's fine, but it's not, like, the best gameplay of all time, in my opinion. It's really the story for Dragon Age. Care and attention to matching their axe to nipples. Yeah, if they did that. What the crap are you? Why don't I just take a 1100 damage? Got El Bracken, welcome in. Silverite. Did you play through the DLCs, Pineapple? It's the DLC zone. Alright, we gotta get up there. It's very important we get all these shards before I finish Dragon Age. I'm thinking we'll probably be able to get through Dragon Age in like another stream though. Especially if I do the war table thing. It does seem pretty ridiculous that some of the war table ones are like, because it's real time and some of them being like 20 hours, 10 hours, etc. This unreleased and never went back to it because it was so long. Is this game long? Are bears Catholic? Does the Pope crap in the woods? Hey, I got to use those in real, like a real reply. Yeah, it's a little lengthy. But let's go, Misfortune. There are plenty of games that are over 100 hours but are less repetitive. Yeah, that's true too. fall damage. Who cares? For 2 hours in your save, still got stuff to do in the hinterlands. Yeah, same thing. I think that's around when I was actually finally finishing up random crap in the hinterlands. In fact, we didn't do the very last quest in the hinterlands until last stream, because there is a an item you need that you don't get until some of the later zones to finish one of the just a minor side quest there. And so I ended up going back to the hinterlands last stream. 100 hours in, finally get the last quest in the hinterlands done. The hinterlands is bigger than some entire games. Charting Mass Effect at a time this one takes. Yeah, that's kind of insane. You know what? I really hope they make a new Shadow of Mordor game. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War was so good. Another one of those on the horizon. Anyone know? Haven't even looked into it, but that would be amazing. I gotta get those. I gotta get Shadow of War up on YouTube. In Divinity, for instance, there's so much character development that things are continuously changing, so does it feel stale? A cave. Maybe well, I'm gonna go this way. Nope, changed my mind. Going in. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to play for the next story game. I have a few things I'm leaning towards. I'm going to check what their average playtime is, and I'm going to look for something that's probably in the 20-hour range, I would guess. And then I'll put up a vote for them. I guess I need to set that up after today. So we're finally getting close. Mouth of Echoes. The savages speak to their gods in the cave passage. They call it the Mouth of Echoes. They light fires and feed them with green spruce and shout their questions into the deep. They say answers come to them on the last whispered echo. Superstition, we laughed, and now Razakael is silent and madness descends. I can only think, what if there are irregularities in the veil here? What if we could secure the Avvar cave and bend it to our purposes? The slaves are gathering materials. We will build a shrine to the Dragon of Mystery, implant foci into the walls, cut sacred designs into the stone. The better to hear her with, we will hear her voice again, or we will die. Foreboding. Wasteland. I think it's good for channel XCOM similarities. Memory saved. A faint inscription found in Frostback Basin. If this be our last together, let it end in laughter. From an age journal found in Frostback Basin. It still tastes strange, no matter. Several water-stained pages follow below. The text resumes. Have we traveled through lands more remote than these? We must have. Yet I've never felt so removed from life back home as I do now. T makes the same arguments as always, though adds a lack of demons as a point in her favor. Lack isn't absence, which I was quick to point out. She called me pithy. There are demons here, though not as many as we faced in those early years together. The Avvar have their mages too. The last were ill-prepared for me. I wonder if that's the part that bothers her. Or, oh, as always, was no help at all. We push on. My head aches. The others are singing the song we learned at that lakeside town. I forget the name of the place. I think the eyes are about to explode. My eyes are about to explode. Of course, A has noticed and tells the others he needs to read something. It's quiet now. The journey here took longer than expected. I must take stock of the rations after sleep. It's one of the longest journals we've seen. There were more than expected. Everything has been more than expected. A few moments later, and O would not be standing here. I was able to subdue the mage before things became worse. T said nothing about it afterwards. She knows O would have died. At what cost? T asked me that once. I said it cost nothing, but I don't know. I met a man who'd fought longer than I, but his mind had faded with age and he could not answer. The point remains that I can do more. I can be more effective. We've all seen the demons, what they did. We've seen what some would do with blood. The better question is, who pays the cost if no one takes the chance? And no one said it has to be forever, just until things are settled. But things are never settled. If you count 8 times, will the number change? O asks. She's been watching me these last few days. Whatever she says to the contrary. I did not plan this journey as well as I should. I'm talking about Lyrium, I think. It's just a game you might like as Wolf Among Us. It's like 10 hours. Yeah, I've looked at that a lot. I don't even remember if I might have got it in a bundle. I have to check that. I lay trying to find constellations through the leaves. T brought me some water. She just smiled, and there was no admonishment behind it. It made me feel somewhat better, as always. A cooked our dinner while deriding my own ability to produce something edible. O attempts to tell jokes. I wonder why these are just letters. Maker, they're pathetic. Oh, did you miss that part earlier, Pineapple? Were you not here for Maker's balls? They're pathetic. Why do they make me laugh anyway? Long days behind, I fear there are fewer ahead. Whatever cost I've paid, they will be worth it. It doesn't matter this night's safe side of fire. The 3 of them singing that stupid song. I'm content. You missed it. So we walked into where the Well of Sorrows was. The giant ancient elven doors open into this like amphitheater with a well in it. And that's the first thing that Blackwall says. He goes, Maker's balls. Good thing we brought Blackwall. We would have missed out on that. Oh, I gotta use that one. Yeah, I'm gonna go through all my story games and take a look and get a list together. It just showed loot right there and then it like vanished. What is this? I found someone's little hidey hole. There is a one of Varric's erotic novels laying here. A bow, a 2-handed sword, wine, a single sock, a pie. Well, that bear trap's in a bad place. What do you think? A bear's gonna materialize out of there? I'm surprised there's nothing more back here to get. People's hidey holes in public. Alright, that's where we dropped that. Hidey hole. Do we need to go up top? Is that where this is? I hear whispering. No, okay. I thought there was a... What is this? Now the Inquisition has established a presence across the basin. Professor Kenrick has a lead. Okay. We can always port back to that camp, so... screw it. We'll do this. Nah. I keep changing my mind. Before we get further away from the second camp, let's just go back and turn this part of it in. Because he's probably going to want us to look at something around that area or whatever. Oh, wait. Can we teleport all the way here? Nope. Alright. For the research outpost. It's a pretty cool flag. Ah, yes. Lore. A baffled note. A note affixed to a book entitled Sir Lothair. I almost thought I was going to say Logan. Verne Duretz. Lady Harding, I could use the opinion of an expert. Though impressive, the victory outlined on the marked page could not have been achieved as stated. Bram. Sure it could, if you had enough apples. What? Professor Bram Kenrick. Requested supplies have been sent to your current location from the university, including additional ink, books on Ameridan, and 3 Divine Age buckles for purposes of comparison. And yes, upon your return, you may say, I told you so, in regards to my saying your collection was useless. Everything should arrive shortly after you, of course, roads still aren't what they were. Also, I fed that fish, but I am not talking to it for you. His weird obsession with collecting belt buckles finally pays off. Now that we found ancient Elven or Avvar or whatever the crap it is, buckles here. A letter to Harding. My darling Lace. What? Someone is courting her and it's not us? I hope this letter finds you healthy and happy. Last week I managed to barter from maps of Ferelden and Orlais from Hakkon, the old soldier who rents the place on Mistress Johann's farms. Johann, probably. You remember him, don't you? Quiet man, always smoking a pipe in his chair on the porch. He wasn't using the maps anymore, so I gave him some of my jam and patched his coat in exchange for them. Now whenever you tell me of your travels, I'll be able to track where you've been. I'm astounded, my darling. When I look at the weave of dotted trails I've already marked out on my map, oh, the places your feet have touched. How far you've gone, my little lace. I am so proud of you. When I was your age, oh, this might be their parent or something, I'd only ever gone as far as Lothering. My mother never left Redcliffe. She lived and died there, and now here you are, flying so far, with so much purpose. My mind can barely comprehend it, but my heart swells. I shan't take up too much of your time. I know how busy you are. I'm looking at the frostbacks on the map as I write this, because I know you will likely be at your skyhold. Please make sure to dress warmly. I have included the recipe for your favorite turnip goat stew. Turnip goat stew. A taste of home. Stave off the cold mountain airs. Kisses and hugs from me and your father, mother. Harding is a dwarf, right? Like, I mean, obviously she's a surface dweller, but I guess her parents and even her grandparents were surface dwellers. Property of Colette. Access process basin preparations. Reread Finding Ameridan. A few notes. Practice categorization. Read book. Learn to fence. Not find a willing instructor. Ask brothers for fencing defense lessons. Bad idea. Read book on survival. A few idle swirls follow along with a tiny sketch of an elf defending a stack of papers from various terrible beasts. Josh reads fieldwork. Showing DA4 or new ME stuff at EA Play. Might get DA4 stuff at the Game Awards later in the year. Yeah, I obviously, I always say this, like, I hope all games are good. You know, I want there to be so many amazing games that I can never play them all. But having said that, I'm still going to say, I hope Dragon Age 4 is really good. I hope the next Mass Effect entry is really good. Have quite a lot of time invested in those now, so. Questions of accuracy. I am curious now that I mention it. I never even thought to look if there's any who's the publisher of Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War? Is you ready? Are you still? Yeah, I'm still blind to the story of Red Dead 2. Yeah, she hasn't spoiled it. It's Warner Brothers. So I was thinking. I'm wondering if they're ever going to put out a third. It's interesting because someone was telling me that the Nemesis system that they developed for those games. Let's go on, Fuego. The Nemesis system they developed for those games is, I don't know, it's like copyrighted or something. The other games aren't allowed to use the same system or something. Or patented it. That's unfortunate. It's a really awesome system. And I hope they don't just sit on it. Like, make another one, because it's a really awesome system. It was they elaborated on it a lot in the second one. Yeah, it really sucks. That moved against them were halted by the light from her most assured hands. It was then she took her own counsel in ways best not set forth here and led the party away. Did Ameridan's eyes seek her among those assembled as he relayed the events which led them there? If she stood among us, I did not know her, yet his hand moved slightly at his side, and as my own does when my wife is near, and I seek wordless comfort in the touch of her fingers. We had all heard the whispers. Did he say her name in the tellings? Would he have dared? Times were different, but have they changed so much? During the Divine Age, a letter follows. Kenrick, this is a precise copy. The preceding pages were lost or removed ages ago. It's gonna make no further references to this woman, although Ameridan comes up several times later on. Bascon's writing as they pertain to Inquisitor Ameridan are not entirely unknown, although your likely to find them among Chantry records. Their validity is largely dismissed. Some have questioned whether the so-called Light and Council reference magic or holy insight. And of course, Boscond wrote down his impressions many years after the fact. The author's own wife brought accuracy into question when she admitted her husband was recalling his youth in the Orlesian capital through nostalgia and age-distorted memory. I believe her admission is part of the official Chantry record. So for anyone that didn't hear, Ameridan is the previous Inquisitor. Our position now. From like a long time ago. I'm playing Shadow of War. It's really good, yeah. I really like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War a lot. They probably will just have others pay to license it. I'll be alright with that as well, obviously, but yeah, it's really good. It's a fun game. I really liked how they did the comment in those games too. So one of my favorite, it's a minor thing within those games. But one thing I really like is when you can spec into something that rewards you for not button mashing. Like you can still do button mashing or whatever, but there's skills in the game where it's like, all right, if you time your sword hits correctly, it will do like much more damage. Like you don't have to do it. It's a nice little bonus. I like those little things too. The combat, and you can like specialize into what kind of combat you want within reason. The second one was a little bit more annoying in how often things completely countered how you had set up your character. What is known about Inquisitor Ameridan would barely fill a page. He was a friend of Emperor Dragon. He was Inquisitor when the Seeker of Truth folded themselves into the Chantry as part of the Navaran Accord. Their order serving as precursor to the Order of Templars in the Circle of Magi. Shortly after the Accord was signed between 122 and 124 Divine Age, Ameridan left his position and departed, never to be seen again. These facts alone are undisputed. Everything else is corroborated heresy, broad speculation, or salacious rumor mongering. Ameridan did not willingly cede power. Dragon forced the Seeker of Truth to disband upon pain of death, then remove the Inquisitor rather than suffer rebellion in the new Chantry's ranks. Ameridan was forced to retire due to the still young Chantry's restrictions requiring celibacy. He was involved in a relationship with a mysterious lady mage that the Chantry erased from history. Ameridan was a rowdy noble who cared more for raucous entertainment than that of Seekers. He held the position only because Dragon wanted a loyal friend commanding the order, and then the Seekers became part of the Chantry. Ameridan was free to retire to a life of hunting dragons and winching. Any of these stories may be true, and without more evidence, we have little hope of ever reaching a clear determination. Nevertheless, I would offer a few notes that are often overlooked as scholars delve so deeply into their own historical specialties as to lose key context. Firstly, Emperor Dragon, rightly acknowledged as the man who molded the Chantry into the organization it is today, we've learned quite a bit about that, was a pious man committed to spreading the chant of light and creating a world where magic and men were governed by Andrastian principles. All sources agree that Ameridan was a close friend of Dragon, and while it is certainly possible that Ameridan was more pragmatic than pious, it is highly unlikely that Dragon would have befriended a figure who was actively opposed to the Chantry, much less tolerated such a man holding a position of power in the growing Orlesian Empire. Secondly, Inquisitor Ameridan was universally acclaimed as a powerful combatant, regardless of his supposed faith or lack thereof. Rumor mongers suggesting Ameridan was exiled asked to believe that Emperor Dragon could see no use for a powerful warrior with years of command experience, given the Second Blight had been a fact of Orlesian life more than 15 years at the time of Ameridan's disappearance. With Darkspawn pouring from the Enderfells into northern Orlais in growing numbers, it is frankly absurd to suggest Dragon would casually dispose of such a military asset. Without further evidence, we may never know more about Ameridan's departure. Nevertheless, I hope that we may eschew the currently popular cynicism, at least when obvious evidence against is presented. So this entire letter here is basically saying, we don't know. That was a lot of words to basically say, we don't know. There are rumors, but they're probably not true. Probably don't make sense. Pretty wordy to say that, but coming as good.
Scout
Good list too.
has an impressive team.
Yeah, I've had it up on the list. It hasn't got many votes though.
If you need something tracked, Scout Harding is your woman.
If only it were that easy. After 800 years, we can't just look for tracks. Barring enchantment, cloth and leather will have long since rotted away. Only metal and stone remain recognizable. Complicating this are recent pieces the Avvar left behind, and of course ancient pieces dating back to Tevinter. Fortunately, thanks to some period-specific buckling, I've been able to track our last Inquisitor.
You said there were pieces dating back to Tevinter.
Yes, while it's rare to see Tevinter ruins so far south, the Imperium once had an outpost of some sort here. They might have built it as a ritual site. I'm not sure what military value it could have. In any event, it's muddled up the research slightly, but I've accounted for it.
Man, yeah, this is way down. So thinking about it, we're in Ferelden right now. This is like very, very, very southwestern Ferelden, over the mountains from Orlais. Really far away from Tevinter.
You lost me at buckling.
You'd think that a buckle was a buckle, but ever since people started belting on weapons, they've been adding bits.
Those buckles.
One piece here has a dragon engraving. With the alloys of the metals used, it's clearly Tevinter. While this one uses a clasp that wasn't invented until the dawn of the Orlesian Empire. And when it comes to historical research, you might say we have to buckle down.
Yeah, I still want to try Andromeda also. Didn't I get Andromeda? I feel like it did.
What do you have, Professor?
Everything so far points to the shore not far to the south. There was some sort of battle near the shoreline. They were in a hurry. The scouts reported an island near an Avvar fishing camp, but the Avvar won't say much about it.
What makes you think the last Inquisitor was fighting?
There's a clasp here common to armorlings. It's clearly torn. That only happens from a heavy shearing blow, like large claws or an axe.
Well, I did say he was hunting
Then
dragons.
the dagger. Silverite, with a stylized dragon pommel and an inscription.
We're
reading
absolutely going to fight a
Cordillus.
dragon in this area.
That
I'd be
dagger
very surprised if not.
had to be a gift from Cordillus Draco, first emperor of Orlais. No one would just lose such a thing.
What can you tell me about the Avvar fishing camp?
Not much. It's the friendly Avvar, not these jaws of Hakkon barbarians. According to the scouts, they wouldn't say much about the area. Likely a local superstition.
I'll find a way to that island and see if there's anything useful there.
Excellent. I'll continue to study what's been found. With luck, we'll both find some answers.
Sure,
also,
we will.
One of my research assistants, Colette, was investigating an old structure to the north. I'm not certain it's related to our investigation, but it couldn't hurt to check with her.
Sure thing. All right, on we go. Let's go fight some Avvar. What's in here? Treasure. King's Willow Weave. Yeah, I definitely need to look at crafting some more gear once we are ready to go into that last quest. Maybe even before. Well, I got this axe though. Can't wait to try it out. Things here have been level 23. What level are our people? 23. All right, so it's current level. Tom, I'm in the lead here. Back of the line.
Some of ours. We should help.
That was pretty decent damage, I would say. Whoa, I don't know what that guy hit me with. He went through all my guard and almost all my health in one hit. Was it this? That was a big hit. I think it was a shot from that archer. Lingers named after a buffet bathroom trip. No. What yet lingers? I can still remember there were, I don't know how I remember this, but one of the first things I ever did on Newgrounds. So for anyone who doesn't know, Newgrounds was this, I don't know, strange flash site. This existed way before YouTube. And there was all kinds of just crazy crap on there. Flash games and videos and whatnot. I can still remember the first thing I ever did when I went on that site. First thing I saw was some kind of like flash game quiz that you took that told you what kind of crap you were. Like what sort of turd you were. One of them was like a lingerberry. I don't know if Newgrounds is still around. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. Whoa, whoa. Bear damage bonus, cutting dexterity, cold damage. Problem is it just gets rid of so much crit on Sarah. That is better than hers, but she loses 43% crit. Jesus. Your guys does still exist in scrolls? By scrolls, I mean websites. Why not try that? I don't know, man. Losing 43% crit seems insane. I don't know why I can remember that though. I remember the different games where you like, they're animated obviously, but where you like microwave a frog or something. I don't know what was going on there. Excuse me, Pharaoh, I need to talk to you.
We've beaten back those Hakkonite bastards. My men and I will hold here. The Hakkonites along the river still pose a threat. After this last battle, we need time to fortify and regroup.
What's the situation along the river?
Between the Hakkonites and the wildlife, this isn't the easiest place to maintain a presence. The river's the best way for the Inquisition to send supplies from Skyhold, or it would be if we could travel safely along it. The Hakkonites set up camps near the banks, and they attack anyone who gets within view.
Can we try out the new upgraded flasks? You're gonna send me some more in about 6 weeks? That's awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely try them out. I'll let you know what I think. Fiery frog. It was just a cartoon frog, so it's okay. Some, you know, no frogs are hurt and the harming of this frog. I've been doing a lot of biking recently, so in fact, I usually run the water bottle out that I'm gone long enough, so I've been taking my bag with me, so I'll probably try that too. I'll probably throw some in the bag or clip some onto it, let you know how that goes as well. Refall 70% off. Ugh, I was talking about that earlier. Were you here when I was talking about it? I saw a tweet yesterday from, I don't know, PC Gamer or something that was like, the developers of the award-winning Greedfall, Spiders, set their sights on the Souls genre with their new game, and I almost threw up. Award-winning Greedfall. Oh, yeah, that's happened before. Someone else asked me, yeah. What were we playing? I can't remember, but I was playing some game. This is when I streamed downstairs a couple years ago. It was, I streamed overnight, right? So I was downstairs and I was playing, and then a couple people on chat were like, "Hey, mod wife," and then someone was like, "I've never seen her on camera before," and I was like, "What? My wife has not been in this room." And then like multiple people were like, "I swear to you, Adam, your wife was literally just behind you. She walked by," and I was like, I was starting to get kind of freaked out a little bit. I was like, "What?" I was like, absolutely not. I stopped the game I was playing to go back and look at the VOD. It was literally an NPC that walked by in the background or something like that. And a few people somehow thought it was a real person. But I was starting to be like, hang on, did you guys really see someone behind me? And they were like, yeah, I swear to God, we just saw someone right behind you. I thought it was your wife finally on camera, but it was just an NPC in the game. There is a rift over here. They've been pretty brutal, though. We can teleport back here. Let's go see what this is first. Might be just requisition stuff. Modwise NPC, yeah. Yeah, let me know when Greedfall is 110% off so I can get paid for every copy I download and delete.
Did you see Scout Grandin on your way back? He should be on watch,
Back in.
but he's gone. Grandin was a good friend of Jace Turbat, one of the researchers. He was killed by Hakkonites. I'm starting to worry that Grandin's gone and done something.
That sounds pretty awesome.
stupid.
I'm excited to try it
He was
out.
supposed to
I'll show it
send
on
word
stream
back
too.
when he reached his station, but nothing. Keep an eye out.
My
for
house
him,
is haunted by
please.
NPCs.
For me.
I helped our soldiers defend against a Hakkonite raid.
That's a relief. We've lost enough men to them.
I should go.
Yeah, she's absolutely a dwarf. We already kind of knew that, but it's interesting that not only her parents but her grandparents have been surface dwellers. I wonder if she's like half and half or something. Half dwarf. It's true. I see red back here. Poison spider.
There must be something here.
Yeah, spiders. Whoops. There's something here. Sure, it's something amazing. Are those dinosaurs? What? I entered combat right as I picked that up. Did that screw up because of that? The icon's no longer... Okay, it counted it, but we didn't get to read if there was anything to read from it. Oh, wow. Alright, dinosaurs. No, we've ran into lurkers before. These are just I'm just flying around everywhere. Now I'm paralyzed. Nice. Paralyzed. I remember back in the day before I was paralyzed. I could spin to win all I wanted. And things here are really tanky. Want to buy non-ghost things? I don't know. Yes, you could be haunted by memories of your past. Are memories of your past ghosts? Yeah, I don't know. Seems to be dinosaurs to me. Brief note, followed by a rough map of the area with key points marked. Granted, details are below. We need to keep to our patrols. Will allow us the upper hand. Understand where you're coming from. Word has been sent to Jace's family. I promise you, whoever did this will face justice.
Orders for Grandin.
Undead Hakkonites.
Getting deep now.
Hope he hasn't run into more trouble.
All right. Back we go. Oh, I'll slide down that on my belly. It's fine. Sure, that didn't hurt. More red. Are there more dinos or what? No, more poisonous spiders. What are they attacking though? Tusket. Oh, I see. You can't pull spiders. Blackwall, what are you doing? He's going after the random animal that spiders were killing. They all are. Sorry, Tusket. Can't pull that either. Poor Tusket. Alright, what kind of loot you got, poor Tusket? There's enemies over there too. High armor rating. Well, maybe we should kill some more Tuskets. That line now. Whoever this is will face justice. As your signature. I tried to, yeah. It did not work. Scorpion has no power over fantasy pigs or whatever the crap that was. Track the trail of carnage. Trail of carnage. Hey there, Tusket. Here we go. On we go. Yeah, I think that move because we had enemies that would like jump away from me, which would get really annoying. But it doesn't work on a lot of things.
A dagger with the Inquisition seal. Property of our missing soldier.
Warning, message scroll in the shaky hand. Blood spilled will be answered. The jaws of Hakkon will answer. Fantasy Pig sounds like a mobile game. Oh boy, another rift. Man, the rifts here have been insane. So I think we'll be fine as long as it's not a fear demon. So of course it probably will be. Where is this rift? Is it down there? I mean, yeah, it's down there. I want to do it, but might as well see what's up here first. This one looks kind of good. Dubstep DJ from the Netherlands. Are we winning? Well, I'm gonna go with yes. We actually could beat the game today if I didn't do these side areas, but of course I'm gonna do them.
No.
Dead mouse.
I cannot have guests, lowlanders, even those who don't hail from the hold.
Who are you? And why are you out here?
If I tell you, will you leave me be?
There's a first time for everything.
I am Sigrid Goldstotten, Augur's apprentice. I exiled myself from Stonebear Hold.
You exiled yourself.
Aye, I did. And my tongue will say no more on that.
Learn more about Sigrid from someone in the holds. All right. What's up, Sigrid? I know you didn't want to guess, but I'm coming to your house, running in circles around your fireplace. You got anything behind your house I can steal? I mean, acquiesce. Commandeer. Whoa, that's a big drop. There's a cave over there too. And another ocularum. Which are incredibly important for some reason. Why isn't it here? This looks like ancient culverts. This is now the property of the Inquisition. That's right. Everything the light touches. It's Inquisitions. Alright, these guys can pump out big damage, so. But so can I. Nice.
The jaws of Hakkon knew you. What do they have against
Yeah,
the
it is.
Inquisition?
Everything's really tanky.
Perhaps the friendlier Avvar in the village Harding mentioned can shed some light.
Spin him. Yeah, it's like the Lion King. You know. Hey, Nabisco! Or whatever it says. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. OP for most of this game, the levels were so low. I don't have that set up, no. So this one is just a really tough area. Although we are playing on the hardest difficulty too, which of course is going to be part of that. Is it above me or below me? Lasagna konnichiwa. Daylight come. And me want to go home. I think I'm combining a lot of things here that aren't actually in it. Hang on. All right. Has this been ruined for you guys? You know the intro to the Lion King that we're talking about? Have you looked up the actual... it's like... Is it Swahili? I can't remember. But if you look up the actual translation, the African translation for it, have you done that? It will absolutely ruin that song for you. It's so stupid. When I found that out, I was like, no. Should look it up. It's really stupid. Now you're going to... What song? The intro song to the Lion King, the first Lion King. Where like Simba's being born or whatever, and animals gathering, and so this big joyous occasion, and that song's playing, blaring in the background. Look up the African translation to it. I should probably hit this camp up here so we have another place nearby that we can heal up and stuff before we go down here and perhaps die or whatever. Yeah, I mean, we are playing the hardest difficulty, so things are going to be difficult sometimes. You can still over level zones unless you, to an extent, unless you turn on that extra, what are they calling this? The extra challenge mode or whatever, which we didn't turn on. But this DLC seems to be super tanky. Yeah, that's basically it. That's all the lyrics. Here comes a lion. Oh, yes, it's a lion. The lion, father. Here comes a lion. Like, what the crap is this? Here comes a lion. A lion, father. Oh, yes, it's a lion. And it just says it over and over in African. It's so stupid. What? Yeah, that's that song. I still want to go up there. Neebs? I don't know who's Neebs. North Carolina is close to Tennessee. Yeah, it's a pretty similar accent, yeah. And geographically, they're close as well. I don't know who Neebs is. It sounds familiar, though, the name. Yeah. Neebs Gaming. YouTuber, I think. It's a redneck gamer. No, I don't really know them. I think I've heard the name, though, but I don't know. You guys stop chanting back there? Big YouTube channel? Right now? Gotcha. Now, I haven't really been big into gaming on YouTube until very recently, so I don't know a lot of the YouTube specific. Most of my time was spent on Twitch as far as gaming goes. From world, oh, they are imaginary either way. Yeah, there's still a lot of people here from a long time ago that, in fact, a lot of people that came in on Darkest Dungeon do still like RimWorld as well. Not you, of course, but we do have yeah, we have people that like both. Is the camp gonna be in this tree? It is. This is gonna be an awesome camp. This is where I would want to live. I remember when I was a kid, after the combination of watching Hook, so the Robin Williams movie Hook, and then also playing Donkey Kong and going to the treetop town, I was like, I want to live in a town that is in the top of giant trees and has an elaborate skateboarding. Well, I don't even know what you call it from Hook. Area that goes between the trees. That's where I want to live when I grow up. Thanks, Spectre. And for the 20th, that was, or the craziest, that was a 20-year run, yeah. The 20ness. Yeah, this seems awesome. I'm gonna live here. Screw Skyholds. The mosquitoes here probably suck, though. Food crimes. Yeah, thank you guys. Food industry are used to doing, or they shoot episodes like TV show with multiple camera angles and whatnot. All right, let's treat Top Town. Deb, thank you for the follow. Anyone that is here for the first time today, I usually don't have it on follower mode, but we have to just the 1 day a week. So if you're new to the channel, you won't be able to type today, but you'll be able to type every day after that. Follower only mode on Wednesday, because we have people that come in and spoil. We're almost done with this game, though. So maybe I won't have to do that much longer. Our Boreal Forts, rather. Report from Agent Charter, received by the Inquisition's advisor, and carrying their notes to each other on the matter. Sheer cliffs and steep drops present obstacles to speedy travel within the basin. As a temporary measure, rope ladders are being constructed and placed at strategic points chosen by Scout Harding. Continued presence in this area will require a permanent solution. Please advise. Chart stop craftphone, blah, blah, series of comments. Cullen says flatten the area. Cullen, are you alright? Of course, the commander suggests hitting the hills until they forget their hills. We could look into getting the soldiers to cut steps into the cliffs or construct structures with some form of verticality. Scaffolding, perhaps? Josephine. I was joking. Meanwhile, have you threatened to cut out anyone's talk today? Cullen. That's Liliana L. Thinking about it right now. The roofer, Bernal, was talking to the foreman about drawing up plans for additions to Skyhold, covered platforms connected with spiral staircases and suspended catwalks. We'd apply this idea to the Frostback Basin. I was there. Wasn't Bernal drunk? He didn't draw up the plans while drunk, I'm sure. We could have an engineer or Dagna look over them, see if they're structurally sound. An engineer, yes. Dagna, no. We don't need our outpost to be half in, half out of the fade. We'll be able to sing the chant of light, whatever it is she's working on right now. So that's kind of interesting, because usually those are those points of interest are like monuments or something like that, you know, and you get like history. That one was just our 3 advisors like squabbling with one another. You really don't commit no food crimes. Which means you do commit them. That's right. Food crimes. Oh man, September's not that far away. Then I will have to partake in one of the food crimes. Is there a ladder that just drops us down to that spot? Now let's go down this way. Smell's not a food crime, it's delicious. So September is stream anniversary. And every stream anniversary I do like a community stream where we play some kind of interactive games together and whatnot, and then I try out any food that people have sent me within reason, and I try out a Rake's food. So one of these foods that Rake's has discovered and no one else knows what the crap's going on with. I'll try one. This year's Skittle milk. But not sour Skittles, yeah. What have I had? I've had the onion sandwich. I've had salsa cookies. That's right. Cookies and salsa. And then I had nacho cheese and vanilla ice cream. That was the worst.
The Inquisition soldier. Grandin?
Careful. Something is amiss here.
It's all good, though. What's up, Grandin? You alright?
Inquisitor, I've abandoned my post, haven't I? I had cause, just missing the permission part.
Harding told us about your friend, Jace.
He was studying at the university. Those Hakkon bastards. Jace wasn't a soldier. He wasn't even armed. After this, he was going to show me Val Royeaux. I've never been. I thought we might... I can't let this happen.
Most years, people will end up sending me like weird chips to try, and then like candy or something, like, especially if they're from a different area, different country or whatnot. So, I mean, if anyone ends up wanting to send me something, I will try it in September within reason. Just let me know. The P.O. box is in the announcements channel in Discord, or you can just message me and I'll give you the P.O. box.
I'm sorry, Grandin.
I wasn't a soldier either, not before this. I lived in the Circle. Never had the skill for combat spells, so I picked up a sword. I wanted to fight for the Inquisition. The jaws of Hakkon almost ended that, too. I was bleeding out when it saw me.
Rocky Mountain Oysters?
It
Nah, I'm
knows
good.
what I know. They will not kill more people. Not like Jace. I will protect them, Inquisitor.
And then, will you stop, or will the rage take you?
It doesn't have to be this way. Release Grandin's spirit.
Release? The spirit remains because I want it to. I will protect our people. I want to fight, Inquisitor.
Yak. I've had yak before, yeah. And remember, this is in September, so if anyone wants to send me anything, probably don't do it anytime soon. Hey, Beats. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, Beats. Very much appreciated. Look, we're back at Dragon Age. Thank you, Beats.
Very well. Go.
Thank you, Inquisitor. I serve your cause. I swear to it.
Solus didn't like that. I figured he wouldn't. Woo! Level 24. We leveled up. Sarah and Solus both agree with that one. And yeah, we did a big main story quest today too. I'm sorry, Solus, Sarah. The demon's on our side this time. Probably. All right, let's see what we got here. Good there. What were we grabbing last time? I feel like we were in this one. We finished what I wanted there. We have this one that can pull all enemies, which might be interesting. To the death. I don't want that one. What do we got here? Maximum guard bonus 25%. I might should grab that one. Honestly, with when we have those situations like the rifts, especially where like Blackwall can't take everything, they've been chunking through my guard like crazy. Maybe I should take that. It was on our side up until it isn't. That's right. So it is right now though. That's all that matters. It's good. You'd say Bice Buffalo. No, it's super gamey. I've never had elk. I ate tons of deer, venison when I was a kid. Never had elk. Claw's been eating raw rice for 2 months. What? You haven't even upgraded them to human? Feeling all right, Ricks? Haven't converted them to full cannibalism yet? This isn't the Rakes I know. Yeah, hopefully we are able to finish up the melee run tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, we should be able to by Friday, as long as I don't lose. Which could very well be the case, but have a lot of ideas on how not to lose, so it works. We've only gotten smaller raids so far. So not enough meats. Not enough human meat to feed everyone yet. I like deer as much. Give us some for the butchered stored from a hunt. Got really sick. We ate it quite a lot But the way I liked it best was deer jerky, venison jerky. So they would have so much deer during the hunting season that they would turn a lot of it into jerky. I would eat tons of that. Rice is the name of one of his colonists. Oh, now it makes sense.
More dead Hakkon warriors.
Astrarium. It's been a long time. Bambi kebabs. It's been a long time since we saw one of those. Which means there'll be one of those Asterium, whatever they are. Chambers in this one. Which means epic loot. And definitely not a dagger this time. God, we've gotten so many daggers. It's good stuff. You just don't want like a hunk of deer meat anymore after that. This is, yeah, I believe this is a DLC area. Crossback basin. God, that guy hit so hard. I tried to put that up in time. I knew it was coming. I just couldn't cast that in time. Apparently we only have one main story quest left to finish the game, so now I'm doing the DLC areas. These Hakkonite bruisers hit harder than anything else I've seen in the game. They hit harder than dragons. We fought a level 22 dragon or something last time we played. These guys hit way harder than that. I'm waiting for my cooldown to come back up. My defensive cooldown. Alright, there we go. Yeah. Thank you. Probably should eat it. Christ. These guys are crazy. Huckleberries? I don't remember if I've had them or not, so if I have, it's been so long that I don't remember what they're like, so. Good lord. It's lunch. It's just a protein bar today. Man, those guys are rough. Crazy. Crazy. Alright. Need to get on top of this hill. It's sad. Are there more of them up here or what? What is this? Alright, these are just normal ones. Should be alright with these. Get over here. I had no idea this was going to be like this, or I would have maybe went and crafted new gear before we came in here. But man, oh man. Things hit hard in here. They have lots of health. A lot of defense too, it seems. Damage mitigation. Like on all these. Alright, been a long time since we had a Astrarium. Astrarium? 'Cause I don't know what that is. Astrarium? 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 Oh, wow. God. All right. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. This one might be a little rough. Not sure where I should start yet. It doesn't connect to either of those. Connects to this one. Oh crap, I screwed that one up. Already screwed it up. There's a lot of extra ones here that I don't need. I don't think I can start from where I'm trying. Because if those are connected ahead of time, then we can't go back to them. So maybe I should end up on this side? I don't know. Let's try the other direction. Mostly we've gotten right away, but man, this one has all these extras. Yeah, that's not the way either. Hello, what is this? A drink? I have a drink. Let's go here to make the picture that's in the bottom right, but you can't you can't backtrack. Let's go on. Ben, welcome in. Man, so if I go here, I can go down, back up, and across, but then we can't connect these two. So I have to connect from here to here. Can we come back to this one through that? I think we can. Okay. How are we gonna get back to that bottom part? So if we connect here, we have to end here now, basically. To end there, we have to come back to this one. We could go up from here. Crap. No, I think we're still okay. Jeez, that one's way harder. See, what's it called? This is Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age Inquisition. Man, that was way harder than any of the other ones that we've had. Most of them were like, here's the outline of a duck. Kinda. There's one extra star you don't have to hit. No backtracking required. Dragon Age Inquisition. Commonly known as the Thunderbolt, constellation Fulminos depicts a bolt of lightning thrown by a wrathful god, which god has always been a matter of dispute. Each of the old gods of Vinter has been credited as the thrower, with the target being anything from the lost city of Barandur to a jester who made a particularly heinous pun. Hear that? No puns. Gods will strike you down. Okay, and we got the shard up here. Excuse me. Dad joke. Yeah. I need to get that set up. Shard down there. We can just fast travel down. That'll be an easy one to grab. I guess we might as well do it. We'll hit this one up. We'll do this rift and probably die, but it's all right. Starter potions. Not command yet. Yeah. I'm behind on all that stuff. Hopefully I can start catching up on a lot of that, especially now that I have some people helping out with the YouTube things. All right, up we go. That shard. Man, these creek rocks, slippery. One's moss specifically. All right, so another shard over there, and then we'll hit the rift, which I mean, I don't know. We have the mark of the rift now, at least, so we didn't have that charged up last time. Guys, just leave us alone. No, there's quite a bit in that direction. We can go around them. Just don't want to use potions and crap before we get where we're supposed to go. Another charred corpse. All right. Looks like we're gonna end up hitting the Fade Rift first. Yeah, there it is. Ugh. All right. Surely this one's not as hard as the first one in the zone, right? Actually, it doesn't look like it. What crap noise was that? Why was it so much louder than the rest of the noises? Alright, let's save our stamina. Alright, Solus. Look at you. You didn't have to use, like, any of your mana this time. Can we dispel 2? Whoa. Dispel 2 of the demons spawning in. Yeah, this will be much easier. Pretty much, it doesn't even matter what comes out. Well, Fear Demon is pretty strong, so I'm still going to throw this down. Where'd the Fear Demon go? Right there. That was so much easier than the first rift in this zone. Holy crap. Although, who knows what we ended up, who knows what we ended up dispelling. You know, that kind of worries me in a way, because the first rift we did here, the main demon on the second part of it dropped, never mind. Here we go. Another one-handed axe with 302 DPS. On kill, the target explodes for 100% weapon damage. Man, could you imagine that in like an ARPG game? Those of you that play maybe like Path of Exile. Obviously, that would never work. That would be so stupidly overpowered. but 15% crit too. That might be better than yours there, Tom. Take a look. More DPS. Loses some attack. Loses some constitution. Loses guard damage bonus. On hit gain 3 guard. No, we gotta keep him. Keep him what he has. It's the more tankish option. His DPS isn't all that important. And if I feel like there's gonna be a dragon in this zone based on the crap that we've been hearing and the, you know, the flaming corpses laying around and whatnot. I can't imagine how hard a dragon, if it scales with like how everything else in the zone has been scaling, it's gonna be brutal. But we do have some resist gear too, so if there is a dragon, we just figure out which element it is, bring the resist gear. Hopefully we'll be alright. Out of the way, jungle wildlife. Alrighty. Alright, yeah, let's go back and talk to them. Guess I'll start eating my lunch. What is this one? This one's double chocolate chunk. Sounds like a good lunch to me. Get it out of the wrapper.
Have you seen the plans for the new camps? Tree houses. It all sounds awful and precarious.
I've news about Scout Grandin.
Maker. Don't tell me.
No, he's not dead.
He's not dead. Technically. He's actually possessed and taking revenge on the Hakkonites.
I was not expecting that answer. I need some time. But he's as good as dead, isn't he? Maker. I'll miss him. The boy was great company. Terrible jokes, but that was a part of his charm. You know?
Don't you like the idea of treehouse?
Seems like just a random thing to go into.
Good idea, in theory. Up where the wild animals can't get us. But having solid ground so far, far below me with nothing but air in between us is just...
Who would have thought? Scout Harding afraid of heights.
Me? No. No. I'm not afraid. Who's afraid? No one's afraid. I love being up high. Lovely views, fresh air, birds flying at my head. Yeah. I'm a little uncomfortable with heights. Don't tell anyone.
I should go.
Safe travels.
Oh, you just lost your longtime friend? How I feel about tree houses. I'm gonna use that next time. Someone tells me about death in their family. No, I would never do that. Looks like we got more Hakkonite stuff up there. Another Fade Rift. So we'll head that way. Speaking of tree houses, head in that general direction. Use the lift. Oh, what do you know? Easy peasy. Poison spider. Again. Can I just ignore it? Nope. Nope, that was answered pretty quickly. Good job, Blackwall. Tom can count. Well, I was gonna say there's not that much of the zone left, but I don't really know that. There's quite a few camps left. I don't know how many quests and stuff we're gonna get along the way. It looks like that's the last rift, though. I think we got 2 more asteriums, or whatever they're called. Sterariums. At least the light broke off 2 directions from it. Do those, will open up whatever chamber this map has, if it's like the other ones. Oh, man. I know we've talked about Ark on the stream before. My wife and I played through Ark completely blindly, just exploring and whatnot. The first time she and I went to... Oh my god, what's that biome called? Anyway, the biome with like the huge trees. There was a down tree like this, like a long one. And we went into it and we were like walking through, and it was the first time we ever saw one of those. God, I can't remember their names either. One of the really big cats, the ones that cling to the trees. And it just came sprinting down that tunnel and attacked us. We're like, oh, we can hide in here during the nights. The Thylus, yeah, Thylus scene or something, right? The redwood biome. The best. They're so fun to ride on. But we were there. We were not prepared. We were under geared. We didn't know where. We were just exploring, right? It was getting dark, and we're like, we'll just hide in here. It'll be fine. Nope. Oh god, it's one of those guys. He's not an elite version though, so it shouldn't be as bad. Yeah, it shouldn't be as bad. I say it as all my health is melted away. No, I wasn't, but I did have that happen later on. We ended up, in fact, I lost an Argent that I really liked, and it bugged, and we looked up lots of ways, even like console things and like server things and whatnot on how to get it back. It never said it was dead, and I was never able to find it. One of the main things is like, well, sometimes when things despawn through the earth or whatever, they'll spawn at coordinate 0, 0. So we ended up doing like a trip to that very far top left corner of the map. It wasn't there. So I don't know what ever happened to it, but I never ended up finding it. I had to get a new one. Sucked though. That's exactly what happened. I got taken off of it while I was flying around, and then I went back to that same spot where it should be. Did everything that I could find looking up how to figure out where it was, but ended up having to get a new one. That was sad. Those are what I was started breeding when she and I were playing. See, the best Argent I could possibly get. It works. I found them under the map though. Recovered them. The 0, 0 thing never works. Yeah. No, there was nothing there. But going and trying to find it, we found penguins for the first time, so that was nice. What is this? Organic polymers to beat baby penguins with a club. I'm sure this is fine.
Right.
At least on the island, that is. Not so much on the other maps. Beating baby penguins to the club. It's pretty sad. One thing I was really disappointed in when I was playing blindly is I was excited to get to the point where I can make the better bow. So I really like bows in games in general. I like the bow in that one as well, but it turns out it was basically crap. Other than for PvP, like it wasn't really worth at all getting. That was a pretty big bummer. I hope that the second one isn't as focused or balanced around PvP. Wait, do we have a turn in for this guy yet? No. But I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be even more leaning towards PvP. Yeah, the composite bow or whatever. Yeah. The compound bow. Yeah, it wasn't very good in PvE anyway. It wasn't worth the trouble of getting it, that's for sure. There's another one. So there's an order that we have to pull these in, I suppose. Okay. Claim. All right, the symbol is mine now. Razikel's reach. The fog came on swiftly, cloaking the world in shadow and turning the stones beneath our feet into treasure slick. I knew we had to find shelter before we lost even that faint light. We stumbled on, following Ragnar's broad painted back, and arrived at an ancient Vinter temple, just as the last of the daylight left us. Ragnar instructed us to pitch our shelters beneath the entrance passageway and warned us not to wander too deep into the ruin. His voice was an uneasy whisper, and I knew at once that he was afraid. Wary of alarming the rest of our expedition, I took Ragnar aside and spoke to him. Some of the Avvar, he said, believed the temple to be the haunt of old vengeful spirits. The Vinter had come here long ago and built their great temples, and then one day, without warning, they'd abandoned them. Ragnar was convinced they had done something terrible here, though he could not tell me what it was. Whatever the reason, he found the temple deeply disturbing and had brought us to it only out of desperation. I slept fitfully that night once I opened my eyes to see a pulsating amber light from beyond a second doorway. I blinked and it was gone. In the morning, the fog had lifted and I wasn't sure if I had really seen the light or dreamed it. Whole monthly game remember lately? 20 decent game, 11 crap ones. I don't know, it just depends. Like this one, I'm interested in, I think 3 of them. I think 3 of them were on my playlist. It's just, yeah, it's gonna be like that some months, unfortunately. And one of the problems is, I guess one of the problems is that a lot of times the couple of big games that I'm super interested in, I already have them. So it's like the Civ 6 one, that would have been an awesome deal. Holy crap. Civ 6 and the DLC for whatever I'm paying. I'm grandfathered in, so mine's like $11 or something. What a deal. But I already had all of it, so it's like, oh well. Yeah, but I've heard Yakuza is like a really good series from everyone that's played it. I have not played any of it, so I don't know. But yeah, I wasn't too interested. So this cave must be down below. Yeah, it's down in the ravine. All right, we'll go in here first. See, 1 great, 1 3 good, and the rest junk. I'm trying to remember which ones were on my list from that one. I have to double check. Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. Luckily with me though, like we can divide the keys up in the family. So if there's some in there that are more like kiddish games that I probably wouldn't enjoy, I can give them to my daughter. Oh god, another one of these jerks. Like my wife was interested in the B game from this humble.
Looks like we've stumbled on what we don't want found.
I've been frozen. All right, Sarah, get up there. You have a thing that gives you advantage on high ground, so maybe you should get to the high ground. Weird. God, the thing's hit hard here. I mean, when Blackwall, who was soloing dragons, is getting chunked down in a single hit, you know things are different. So what's up? Oh crap. Flying again. That's all right. I'll be the cleric. Good Lord, man. All right, let's regroup. We are out of potions and everything. There's a camp right there we need to get to. Bees, I saw that. What's that in the sky? A bird, a plane? No, it's Dr. Bees on a plane. Is that from something? Dr. Bees. Ooh. I'm sure it's fine. We can take this and we won't take fall damage or die from it. It's fine. See? Another treehouse camp. All right. Man, things in this friggin' zone hit so hard. All right, set this up. Get healed. Take a bite of my lunch. Snit long neck and shotgun. What's my accurate look like? Like it is. So I'm guessing we're like halfway done this zone. Hollow Knight's only $6 right now on Humble for any Metroidvania fans. Yeah, I need to finish that too. I never finished it. I got really far in and then I stopped playing it for, I don't even know why. Never made it back. So like, okay, I was gonna say, is there a way up? All right, let's go see if we can beat these people now. But man, they hit so hard. It's insane. Like even Blackwall was getting hit down to like no health. One hit, bam. Through all of his guard, he has the best armor that we've found in the game so far. Like it's really crazy. I'm guessing the Silverite, Silverite will be The Avvar cloth or whatever the crap it is, cotton, silverite. We'll probably make gear that's good enough for the zone that we're in, I would assume. The old drains. Oh lord, there's an underground part of this too. I'm also guessing a lot of people do the DLC after the main story. But, oh well. Pretty impressive aqueduct we have going on here. The overgrown courtyard. If I played Hollow Knight now, I'd probably, yeah, I would just start completely over. I feel like it's been so long, I wouldn't even be able to remember what I was doing, especially Metroidvania specifically. I remember when, what was it we were playing? Maybe like 2 years ago. It was a Metroidvania we played for story night, and since I was only playing it once a week, like every time I came back to it, even though I really liked it, like I had no idea where things were on the map anymore or anything like that. Because the nature of those games, obviously you like get new item stuff that you go back and unlock previous things that you weren't able to go through, or interactables that you weren't able to go through. But if the game doesn't actually show those actually on the map, it's trying to remember where they are is like friggin' impossible. What do we have here? There's a shard door down here. All right. It's a pretty cool area, but large. Elf fruits. Take that. I think we still use elf fruit for our regen potion. This just goes straight up to the camp. All right, so we can come back down here very easily once we get the other shards. Do you want to head up this way and see if there's anything there? I guess we might as well while we're down here. That just goes up to the camp. Oh, it's a freaking spider. Has a proper bed. Your colonists do not. Should have them actually sleeping on the ground? Or using like bed rolls or something. Sleeping on the ground. For 2 months? Sleeping on the ground, eating raw rice. God. Glad I don't live in one of your rimworld colonies. Alright. So we still need to go in the above ground part over there. Would you want to live in one of your rimworld colonies? Jeez, this ground. So it's bed rest rate. Yeah, that's crazy. Are you playing with 1.3, by the way? I'm guessing not, since you went through all the mods. hard. Another group. Yeah, on a mountain base. No one's gonna get a bed. It's the mountain stuck out. You always do tribal. That's what I always used to do as well. But I've been doing a lot. Well, for a while now, I've been just doing naked brutality. That's what I used to do, though. Crap. Yeah, I'm trying to get out, but I can't. He doesn't have a res either. So where are you, Solus? You're gonna have to run out. Man, we've had more deaths in this zone than like the last 10 zones combined. Including all the dragons and everything. Jesus. Everything hits so friggin' hard in here. If we keep having this kind of trouble with the zone, I might have to go craft beforehand. I was going to do this one first and then craft stuff before we take on the end game, but jeez. Yeah, DLC is tough. Beldorian, thank you for the follow, by the way. I was getting wrecked. All right. I'm waiting until my defensive cooldown comes back up. All right, here we go. Good lord. Fire Warmaul, 331 DPS, armor pin, Constitution guard damage bonus. Increase max stamina by 15. It also has, that's, all those stats are on the base weapon. That's before getting a half pommel or a rune. That might end up being better than the axe that we got already in this area. We're going to be able to fast travel here. Can't believe all the what you missed that point. Total party wipes? Is that what that is? Alright, what we got here? Barred from the other side. So we're gonna have to come back here again. Total party wipes. Got it. Yeah, it's kind of brutal. Anything up here? Out of the way, Tom! Freaking black wall. Name your Twitch channel. Total party wipe. Is this one just the same? Yep. By the way, Sam. I'll steal his new name, by the way. Because we all have normal names aside for him. It's Adam, Tom, Sarah. Solus needed a new name. Silence has fallen. Those who call out to her in dreams hear nothing. Our letters to the capital go unanswered. No supplies have been sent. And our messengers do not return from the north. We are alone. Razakel, O shadow which obscures the path ahead, deliver your faithful. Save us from the silence which devours. Craft streamers added to their follow list out of the blue. Remember the last week? No, I haven't noticed. I don't even know what that is. Oh wait, I think I actually got a raid by one of those people a long time ago when they first switched over to Twitch from YouTube. But no, not that I know of. I'd have to check. You didn't enter like any kind of contest or anything? I know a lot of those contests that other places run, like Origin PCs or whatever, will have you follow a bunch of affiliated streamers or whatever. But it's the only thing I can think of. Alright, so we are going to have to come back here for 2 reasons. We don't know whatever the code is behind these statues. The Order of the Dragon statues. What is that? Alright, we have to come back for that door after we get all the shards. And there's a door back there we don't know how to get to. But for now, we go to the next Fade Rift. Alright, I'm going to start the recording really quick. I need to use the restroom, and we've been going for about... You know what? Maybe I shouldn't do that. Screw it. Future I don't remember to edit this out of the YouTube video for sure. It'll only be a moment. Twitch seems to have you follow random people sometimes too. Yeah, that's weird. I don't think that's happened. I mean, unless they're way down my list. Tito says on Twitch. Roll plus a couple of Overwatch pros. Really strange to see it on your follow list. Yeah, that is weird. They did that for a while. Maybe they're bringing that back. So a long time ago, they made it so, like, especially when you signed up newly to Twitch, like it would follow a bunch of random streamers automatically. Maybe they're doing something like that again. God, I hope not. Go back. Right back. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about that. I'm gonna have to check it out. See if I have any new on my list that I did before. Yeah, I forgot about that thing that they used to do. Like I said, I think it was mainly when you signed up, it'd be like, here are some popular streamers that you might want to follow, and then depending on which ones you clicked, it'd like... Yeah, I remember we got a lot of just random follows back when that was going on. Maybe they started doing that again. It's been a while though. It's been like 3 years ago. Off we go again. Angelic workman. It's going all right. We finished a big story quest, apparently the second to last story quest, and now we're doing some DLC content. But my lord, the DLC enemies are super tough. So very strong. I mean, just the regular guys like that. Some of them have basically one-shot even Blackwall or Tank. So we're making it slowly but surely. But man, oh man, the enemies here are insane. Can't wait to see what, like, the boss, the zone, or a dragon. If there's a dragon in the zone, I'm thinking there will be. They're gonna be insane. Supposed to, you know, that was a bear. It's like, oh, there's a naked bear running at me. All right, so on to the next spot. We have another DLC zone after this, and then we have the last story mission. I think that'll be the end of Dragon Age Inquisition. Although, I'm pretty sure there's another DLC after the main story quest ends too. If I remember right, someone told me that. We'll see. Alright, Fade Rift. No, guys, come on.
Someone help Sarah!
Yeah, attack me through the friggin' mountain. Just, come on. You can sleep. Gonna lurk though. Well, thank you for lurking. Enjoy your rest. Hopefully get some rest. Thank you. All right, let's see how this one is. Level 26 Pride Demon. God, I hate these stupid spare demons. Maybe I should just wait till the barriers run out. I don't know. What's left? Just spare demon, I think. All right, Solus, can you dispel some of these from spawning? Can you only hit one or two? That might hit two. find out. Do you like to play hardcore games as far as genre? Yeah, I mean, I guess obviously, right? Depends on what you mean by hardcore, but like Darkest Dungeon, RimWorld, playing this on the hardest difficulty. I usually play games on the hardest difficulty, at least eventually. If I'm only ever going to play the game through once, like a story game, and it has difficulty levels, I'll usually play it on the hardest, even though I'm blind to it. Because I figure I might as well see what it's like, since I may never play it again, you know? Alright. Come on, Solus. Get 2 for 1 here. Alright, what spawned? Are there 2 Pride Demons? What else is going to spawn? He dispelled 2 things. There's still 2 Pride Demons. Holy crap. Jeez. Alright. Well. Sarah, get back here. Solus, get back here as well. Oh, it's just barely not up. How about bees? They're almost dead. Might as well save it. If you can stop running to melee range, that'd be excellent. Got asleep. Alrighty. Thank you, Gift Buller. Have a good night. You just got recommended a not safe for work ARPG on Steam. Stuff. What you been browsing? Because you like ARPGs, and this one has 90% positive reviews. My Steam recommendations are pretty interesting sometimes after all of this, these hentai gifts, that's for sure. Plus 60 max stamina. Warrior or rogue only. Increase max stamina by the specified amount. That's pretty interesting. What am I wearing right now? I mean, aside from my nipple outfit. What is the amulet I currently have equipped? 10% cooldown modifier. The cooldown for all abilities is shorter by the specified amount. Huh. I still think this is better. Black wall. The wearer of this amulet generates a small amount of threat when attacking. He might not need that. So having the extra stamina on him might be a good idea, because then he can taunt more and whatnot, especially at the beginning of a battle. We got Solus. God, this actually kind of sucks. She's got 10 cunning. All right. Let's try this black wall. Let's give you this amulet of stamina. Solus, you only have +5 magic. I have to look through our things, see if we have something better. I already say you are a lesbian succubus who kills monsters to unlock costumes and cool furniture for your lair. That sounds amazing. On you. Whoops. I hit my mouse, my left mouse button on my keyboard. Freaking spiders. Spiders.
Blackwall needs help.
He's fine. He's literally at full health. Max guard. Finding a single spider. He needs help. Folder bigger than your game folder now? No. No, not yet. I think I have about It's something I counted or a while back, and it was like 140 of them or something like that. So ridiculous. So on Zimbana, welcome in. Oh, my wife's making coffee. Oh, that stinks. God. It's one of those things where I can't understand how anyone likes the smell of coffee, but I know like most people are like, coffee, that smells delicious. Good Lord, it's like burning bean water. Yeah, see? Aspen. Ugh. What? Oh, God, I went the wrong way. I was going towards the quest thing instead of the marker that I made. Always alive. Death before decaf? I don't care, decaf or not. It's not the caffeine that bothers me. 12 caramel syrup and chocolate. I can still taste the coffee through that too. Because there's been a few times where my wife's like, you can't even taste the coffee in this. Check it out. I remember when we were living in, what in the crap? Hogfisher. We were living in Washington, and this nearby place had something they called big trains, and it had very little like coffee or espresso in it or whatever. And there was an Oreo big train, and she wasn't my wife at the time, but she was like, you can't even taste coffee. There's no taste coffee at all in this because they put so little in it, right? And I tried it, and I could immediately taste it. Like, nope, no go from me. Live on coffee. Me. Have you seen those things about where people will stop all caffeine consumption, not just coffee, but zero caffeine? And obviously they go through the like withdrawal phase, and it's terrible or whatnot. But one of the more interesting parts of it is after they go back to it, most of them say it's almost like a psychedelic, or like it's like a crazy experience. Like it does something weird to their mind the first time after not having zero caffeine for months. Drinking zero caffeine since forever. Lieutenant Fair has reports. So it can be anywhere in this area. The coffee roaster popped, stopped, power went out, vacuum stopped. You rate the coffee for a week. I would not be able to work anywhere like that. It's like the Target here has a Starbucks right inside the entrance. Every time we go there, I hold my breath as we walk in. One second. I had to say something to my daughter. Have a good 30. They hold the rest of the I walk into. Wait, you saying breath or breaths? Injustice breast. Maker's balls. Alright, on we go. Let's go get this new campsite. Man, low in health again. It's like a real jungle. Everything here wants to kill you. Let's wait for your nose, ever. Give you that hot burn bean water. Sure as us have a cooler failure at some point, so like fish for a month. Just misshapen earlobes. Up we go. Get out of here, bog beast, where the crap you are. I don't remember. What are you called? No. Okay, we didn't get into combat. It's fine. Everyone missed. All right, up we go. Must be the other campsite. Sean, you thought coffee was adult drink. As teen, you thought booze was the adult drink. As an adult, you understand that it is water. Water is the adult drink. Still stuck on coffee. Man. I don't know. I guess part of it is because I can smell odors very, very strongly. So maybe that's part of it. You guys ever watched the show Psych? Psych's one of my favorite shows of all time. And in Psych, one of the main characters named Gus, he has what they call the super sniffer. Because his nose works so well, he can smell things that like no one else is smelling. I joke with my wife about that all the time. It's like, I have the super sniffer. Do I have beer? No, I don't. Little music clip sounds very Harry Potter. Yeah, a lot of Harry Potter things going on here today. Their hostile presence prevents the resupply. All right, so we might as well finish this off now that we got this to fall back on. We just restocked. I suppose I should refill my heal over time while I'm here too. Where is... Get out of the way. Is there a table here for it? Yeah, there we go. Oh, we can actually craft here too. Interesting. Let me check something really quick. Legion of the Dead armor, up to 309 armor. So what do we have going on right now? $278. No sigil either. Let's take a look. Let's take a closer look. Legion of the Dead. Is that really another one that shows the nips? Oh, is this dwarf only maybe? Some of them are I think this is dwarf only. Dwarf train only. That sucks. Hence the Legion of the Dead thing. So, superb heavy armor of the dragon. It's not as good as ours, so what the crap. Okay. Western Sentinel Shield up to 48. And that's equal to what Blackwell's already wearing, so it's surprising this stuff isn't as good. Alright, we'll use lift. Head on down. So an appreciation for bitter smells and flavors. Usually includes beer and coffee. Not specific. Doesn't have it to everyone. Yeah, not me. And the thing is, I don't mind certain bitter tastes. Like, I don't mind bitter, for instance, chocolate, which I know is different. And other, like, bitter foods and stuff to an extent. But, no, I still don't like coffee. Or the smell of it just drives me crazy. Hate the smell of it. All right. So I guess I just need to kill all the groups of these. Rain deciding you're old enough to distinguish poison. That's pretty interesting. What's beating you up over there? Black wall. Oh, this is an elite. He was like the elite mini boss, whatever you want to call it, for this spot. Might as well grab this crap over here. Apparently that wasn't this quest. I guess it's not actually in the circles. Makes sense. So that's the last rift in the zone. I mean, obviously we haven't been over here to see more rifts, but I think last time we closed one down, there was one left. What's going on over here? Oh, right. Guess we might as well hit up that rift. How much? We got 10 potions. All right, we'll try it.
Don't you start.
I am reasonably certain I said nothing.
Don't have to. You're all fluttery from that missile place.
Like capsaicin.
Oh, Tevinter took our stuff. Except turns out elves did it themselves.
You cannot upset me with what we found there.
Oh, why's that?
Because, Sarah, my genuine sorrow for the tragedy of our history cannot be diminished by a single moment. That you do not feel this, well, you have my envy and pity.
Well, you just... shut it.
Oh, man. All right, so what do we got? We got a pride demon, friggin' despair demon. I'm gonna stay on the wraith. All right, they're not stunnable even if they don't have even if they don't have the barrier, they're not stunnable. All right, can we get 2 for 1? Spell is up. Doesn't look like you can get any 2 for 1, so we'll just hope that this is the worst one. Tina George, tier 2, 44 months. Why, that's just the beginning of time. Well, beginning of stream time. Thank you for the continued support. Much love to Tina George. Thank you, thank you. Used to be used as rat poison. It's more fun to say it that way. I take rat poison every morning. Greater shade. I don't really care about that. What else do we have around? There's just a lot of greater shades. We must have hit the right dispel. It's probably some kind of fear demon or something. Alright, well, that was the easiest rift in the zone, for sure. Man, after the first rift, I thought they were going to be super freaking hard. That's right. Another one from the single-digit days. Okay. There's another camp that we need to clear out down here somewhere. And then we're on to the next area. Well, I mean, next part of this zone, I should say. Yeah, let's go ahead and clear out the fog of war over here. There's probably no real reason to. Alright. If we end up missing something in the zone, we'll know. Remember that from, God, what was that zone? It's the Exalted March or something like that. I think that was the zone. Where I was missing, I couldn't find the last, it was for our, getting our specialization. I could not find the last champion to defeat. And there was one little dot, like one very small dot of Fog of War out in the middle of this huge area. I was like, oh my God. If it's in that spot, that's ridiculous. And we go there and that's sure enough, that's where the champion's standing. Yeah, in that one little pixel. I don't know why I didn't take the fast track down this time. All right, another camp of bad guys somewhere in this big purple circle. Is that them? 2 of those bruisers? Oh my God. You guys leveled, huh? Oh man, 2 of the bruisers. That's crazy. I'm still tempted to give Blackwall Charging Bull. Because it's another skill that gives stamina, or not stamina, guard. It only costs like 5. 5 stamina to use, so payback strike, he does use that some. Payback strike now taunts. What is it? Lunge and slash. He's not using that, right? Yeah, we have that disabled. You can't be flanked by enemies and you're less likely to be staggered when hit from the front. Oh. So we have to get shield wall to get there. I don't like shield wall because it makes you stationary. I'm going to grab it and in the next level we'll be able to get the passive that we want down there. All right, turn off shield wall. What does Livid do again? Damage 10% per enemy. Okay. All the rest is fine. All right, Solus. What did we say? Oh, sorry, Solus. What did we say we're doing last time with you? Oh, right. We were wanting the passive down here. Yeah, all right. Fly, and do I want him to flash fire things? Ah, it's fine, whatever. He's doing all right. He's doing the best he can. And Sarah... wasn't there... I think there's a passive we want to grab on her. Oh, I ended up grabbing strafing shots. That's right. 100% weapon damage. Costs 65 stamina. We're unconscious with power of the shot. Enemies hit by full draw are immobilized. Binge game. Look for a new one trend. Actually getting very far. So what are you thinking of doing now that you're... I'm guessing you're wrapping up Noita then? Like, I kind of want to get down to this too, but yeah, screw it. Good enough. All right. Well, each of those guys can like one-shot me, but there's 2 of them this time. I'm sure we're fine. These ones aren't the elite version though. Sarah, get out of there. You're going back to Terraria. Oh, you never even got, you never killed the wall? The majority of the game is after killing that, so yeah.
Should be a sight safer with the Hakkonite's gun.
No, there's another rift. Every time we beat one, it seems like another one is discovered. All right, let's go turn this in. I'm really hoping I get to finish up the melee run tomorrow. I feel like, just based off previous experience, I feel like we still have 2 streams of the melee run left instead of just 1. But man, I'd like to finish it tomorrow. It's unfortunate I didn't finish it last week, or else I could start trying out 1.3 tomorrow.
Inquisitor.
The Hakkonites were pushed back from the river.
That will put minds at ease, sir. I'll arrange patrols for the area. It's no Imperial highway, but we'll see people along as safely as we can.
That will be all, Lieutenant.
Definitely don't want to switch to 1.3 in the middle of that challenge, especially with all the changes we read about. All right, on to another rift. More power. Yeah, Terraria is a lot of fun. I still would like to play it. Play master mode more sometime, but just haven't had a chance to do so. And right now, smartest thing to do is to really push with RimWorld. Honestly, I probably should be playing RimWorld today instead of this. But we've been playing this for so long. I gotta finish it. Plus, I mean, I like playing this, but if I was only doing it for business related, stream related stuff, I would be doing RimWorld again today. But we must finish Dragon Age. All right, what do we got here? Spare demon. Oh, he got wrecked. If it wasn't for 1.3 and Ideology coming out, I'd probably take a break and play some of the Warhammer expansion coming out next week too. All right, so let's see if we can get a 2-for-1 here. Spell does not look like it, and we have no idea what's popping up. So hit this one. Hopefully it's the worst of them. You have Dragon Age? I don't know yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through my list of story games that I'm wanting to play. I'm gonna grab probably, I don't know, 5 to 10 of them that are under 20 hours. each, and I'll do a vote. I'll probably set that up tonight. There'll be a poll. Why can't I hit you? That sucks. Tree screw my hitbox is hitting. God, there's still another one. And the thing is, if you chase them too far, it'll reset the entire friggin' rift. Yeah, you guys finish it. I'm just chilling here until the rift is ready to be shut. Ideology to do another challenge run. I think right now what I'm going to do with RimWorld as far as after the melee run, it seems like we got about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks till ideology. So I think I'm just going to do a standard 500%, no pause with 1.3, and specifically try to screw around with the changes and the new items and whatnot. So I mean, it won't be like a additional challenge on top of that or whatever, but it will still be like, you know, that kind of no pause, hard difficulty stuff. Is that one we've been to? The one we did? No, we did that one. So, and then when ideology comes out, yeah, we're gonna do all kinds of different weird playthroughs, I'm sure. I'm not sure what the first one I'll do on ideology is. I guess after we learn more of it, I can kind of figure that out. I don't know, for some reason I want to do this, I'm thinking about doing a mountain base where the people worship bugs. Because I'm really curious what that interaction is like. So if we do a mountain base where people hate the lights, they stay inside, and they worship bugs, will it mean that like infestations can't happen, or infestations are friendly? Because it looked like in one of those screenshots that they were taming bugs. They were like keeping them. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Save the planet Earth by eating people instead of plants. That's right. Do I want to go up and around here? Yeah, I think so. These switchbacks. It's gonna be crazy though, all the things you can do. Maybe like infestations increase mood or something. Yeah, who knows? It's crazy. Looking at that page where it was showing all the different things that whatever belief system that they had set up in that screenshot where what all was impacting it, there was all kinds of crazy things. Like they prefer to be blind, so if they're missing eyes, they're happier or something. But it doesn't change the aggression, so the bugs just come and start murdering people, and the ones that are left are mad they weren't chosen. That's what I'm wondering too. Like, will they get angry if we kill the bugs? Yeah. Probably. Nigel's Point. I absolutely cannot wait to survey and explore Nigel's Point. This was one of the ruins the explorer Sir Nigel visited on his travels through the Frostbacks. So much of what I've learned of this region comes from his notes and sketches. It's appalling to me how little recognition he's received compared to that brother Genitivi, or even that peddler of Pabulum? Philium, a bard. I wonder if I can discover the original purpose of Nigel's Point. Its ancient Tevinter name, of course, has been lost, but I am certain it was built and dedicated to an old god. I wonder which one. If I could learn this. Of course, Harding gives me a severe look every time I suggest I could just stroll over one morning. She insists it's too dangerous. She worries too much. Colette. Eat me. Choose me, oh gracious overlords. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe you have to sacrifice. So there's a sacrificial altar, and that's part of it. Part of things too. Like maybe you have to sacrifice someone to the bugs occasionally or something to make it so they're not aggressive. That'd be pretty cool too. Who knows? It's gonna be really cool though to figure out all the different interactions. What I'm excited about as well is not just that. I'm excited to try to find uses for the new items and structures and stuff that aren't the intended use. So that's the first thing I thought of when I saw fences. I was like, how could we use fences to screw with the raiders? How can we change this or use this to our advantage? Screw the animals and ranching. Tech worshipping meth heads. Run if you can. Madness has filled the silence. Do not return to this place. I'm sure it's fine. These guys are overreacting. To she who winds the skein of wisdom, we dedicate the citadel. Dragon of mystery, bestow upon your faithful servants your ineffable truth. Ineffable. Ineffable. Grant us eyes to pierce the darkness and souls to bear the wounds of your labyrinth. More and more dragon stuff. Bugs are made to combat the mechs as two factions of the ancients. Yes, yeah. Yep. Mechs versus bugs. Well, we're definitely going down in this hole. I want to look up here first. Alright, down into the hole we go. How long is each of the Dragon Age expansions supposed to be? Wolcen has a DLC in the works? Oh my lord. The nerve. I guess they need some more money. They still haven't fixed half the passives. Half of the passives still do nothing, and they're making a DLC. The DLC will make the passives work. Who are these two people? Whoa. That's quite the view. All right, down into the hole. With this DLC, we'll fix the decimal places in some of our stats. Nail a coffin for you. So ridiculous. What? Can't go through there. Well, that's bullcrap. I was almost certain there was going to be like another one of those aqueduct looking places under here. Oh, well. What's going on? Maybe they have some additive and some additive, and that is why it's not behaving like it should. Yeah, we were talking about that on stream the other day. Someone was like, wait, what's going on? What's wrong with Wolcen? It looks really good to me. And I was like, yeah, it looks good and it had such potential, but here's what the developers did, and you can look up more about what they did if you'd like. But sad. Game had a lot of potential. What is this, a jump quest? What? How come you guys get to just teleport over here? I just literally didn't even code it in, yeah. Alright, this must be incredible loot. Whoa. It's a big skeleton. Wait, can I get up there too? Is there any reason to? Oh no. Oh well. Wolcen looked like it'd be good from the start. Just even touch it. Yeah, I know. I was following it for quite a while. I was really excited about it, but man, oh man. I'm really glad. So that's the first time I've ever gotten a refund from Humble. So I bought Wolcen, I'm pretty sure, on Humble. And I definitely had more than 2 hours in it or whatever, but Humble refunded it. No questions asked from both myself and my wife. Got it early when it was cheap. Got your money's worth in the hours at least. Sucks. What I'm really curious of now is what the direction of Path of Exile 2 is going to take. Wait, is there a... Searing the Frost. Is there a way back through there? Man, I feel like I need to go check back there first before we come back down into this area. Request in a day. Assume they're valid. Yeah, probably. Glad just didn't buy it. Yeah, Last Epoch is pretty good. My wife and I have played it a little bit. Haven't gotten to in-game in it or anything like that. Haven't had time to, but when I played a bit so far, it's been good. I'm really curious about Path of Exile 2 and how... It'd be interesting to see which systems and which kind of play style they go forward with from Path of Exile 1 into 2. And I see another one of those dragon things down here. On 5 gigs to just 2.2 gigs for RimWorld. So now your mod folder is only 5 times larger than RimWorld itself. And some of the ones you didn't use. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. The enemies here are super strong. Why did you attack that way? Oh. Man, they do so much damage. Come on. This is another elite one. You finished this twice a long time ago. We're getting there. Basically maxed out on our focus now, so next time we run into a big group like that, I guess I'm just gonna throw down the Inquisition thing. Be done with them. Guys are free because when Nintendo released 1.0 on Steam, basically everyone who bought the DRM free copy got a free Steam copy as well. You mainly still use the Steam one, so it's easy to use the workshop, or... Alright, see what's in this one. So I played all the way through Origin blindly on stream a couple years ago. You can check it out if you want. Up on the, I don't remember if it's on the main channel or archive channel. Yeah, and then the second one I just read all the lore and stuff too, and ended up not actually playing the game. But played all of Origin. Read all the stuff within Origin. All the codex, all that kind of stuff. All the side quests, all the things. Did not actually play the second one, just read it. There is a Fade Rift under us, I guess. Or at some point thought, do you know what we need? More Inquisition zones. Oh, jeez. Are these actually from that rift down there, I wonder? Yes, they are. So where the crap is the opening of the rift? It's on top of this? Yep. Oh, what a... Oh, my God. All right. I definitely need to use this on these. This is crazy. 2 level 26 fear demons and 2 rage demons. Man, I wish we had gotten a dispel up here. Should you play the previous Dragon Ages before Inquisition? I would say the Inquisition is better having the information from the first two. You definitely don't have to play them, but it does make it a richer experience, especially if you read into all the lore in this. You definitely don't have to, though. This one is standalone enough, and it references the events of the previous ones enough that you gain enough information that this game still stands alone pretty well. But it will be all the richer for having played those. Those ones are, unless you really like combat from them, they're a little outdated as far as gameplay, though. So definitely don't have to. I would suggest at least maybe watching through one of those Dragon Age Origin in 10 minutes recap videos or something like that. Oh, this is a rough rift. Hopefully we can catch at least these 3 in this. And we did. That's the first tier 3 we've ever used. I think we just unlocked tier 3 last week. Oh, you got his friggin'... Okay, Solus is on it. Man, that wrecked those guys. There's 2 more? This is really insane. Solus, are you getting wrecked by a fear demon or something? No, you're just standing in a explosion. So I guess a long story about that. If you're playing mainly for gameplay, then yeah, Inquisition all the way. But if your most important thing is story, then there's a lot of story you'll miss for those. If that rift had been out in the open somewhere, we'd have just been destroyed. That is by far the worst rift as far as like crazy hard enemies. Man. What is this? Mysteries of the Frostback Basin. Voluminous pile of notes and observations. Half diary and half research notes. These parchments have no clear order. If they ever did, at the top someone has written observations of the mysteries of the Frostback Basin and their hidden connection to great secrets buried by the ages. So pretentious Wogoman. Like DA2 combat. It's not the old Baldur's Gate D&D style. It's in Origin though. Yeah, the main story is probably going to be a cakewalk after this, which is going to be weird. The true purpose of the crater. Lord LaRouche of Montsmard once was witness to tremors that collapsed an old chantry along with a meadow into a deep and great depression. He blamed it on the Ferelden crown, using dark magic to disrespect Orlay's superiority. The religion was only half right, for I know how this was the work of the serpent folk instead. Serpent folk? If one looks keenly, one can see the Frostback Basin must have been manipulated by the hand of some vast thing. The crater in the lowland fortress was not the natural settling of the mountains, but came to exist after the shifting of something below. The Snake Kings must be vast, and their movements powerful to cause the earth to quake with their moving. It is clear as the sky that ancient Tevinter, along with the Moonmen, came here to make an attempt to kill a buried Snake King under the crater. Exclamation ×3. Too many signs and portents are aligned to think anything else. Someone has sketched landmarks on the back of one of the papers. A crumbling Tevinter wall standing in a shallow marsh, an island in the middle of a river, something that looks like a Tevinter prison, and a small Tevinter outpost with a terrace on one side, and a metal sculpture on the courtyard. It was Moonmen and giant serpents. Man. Now I'm thinking about the world serpent in wait, what's the question mark? World serpent in God of War. There's a question mark this way? Oh, don't fall. Okay. That was the end of the Inquisition. Alright. I'm sure there's an actual way down there that doesn't require me jumping to my near death. Man, more of these. I don't like how much these are spread out. Is this an interactable one too? Oh my lord, it is. And the Inquisitor died and Corypheus ruled in peace for ages.
No, that isn't right.
This is gonna be a real pain. So these switches, we found multiple and they're not marked on the map. There was one like over here somewhere and one over here somewhere, and now there's one here. And it looks like they have to be done in a certain order, but they're spread across the whole friggin' zone, and they're not even marked on the map after you find them. That's gonna be annoying. Looks like there's a locked door down below somewhere. Hopefully it can be opened by a rogue and it's not something to do with that mechanism. What if something like this DLC was a precursor to the live service game content? Like areas being opened? Yeah, I don't know. Like progression in that sort of way? Alright, let's go up to this Astarium. Maybe testing the waters or something with that type of gameplay. So glad they're changing it though. For anyone that didn't hear, Dragon Age 4 was originally going to be like a pay-to-play MMO, like monthly service fee. But they scrapped that, luckily. Trying to figure out like how this would help the main story. Yeah, so the thing that matches closest with the main story so far in this zone is just learning about the previous Inquisitor. So your predecessor from ages ago, but it's so far it's not really been too interesting, honestly. All right, this is gonna be difficult like the other one. Oh god. I'm just gonna click. Not even gonna try to strategize or anything. We're just clicking. Wait, where am I? Where am I? Okay, I see where I am. GG. It just won't let us finish the game. Dragon Age always wants more of you. According to Avvar legend, Korth, the Mountain Father, kept his throne at the peak of the mountain Belinus, which lay at the center of the world and was so lofty that from it he could see all the corners of the earth and sky. Over time, bold young Avvar would challenge each other to scale the mountain of the gods. At first, Korth found this amusing, and he delighted in the valor of their failed attempts to enter his hold. Then Sindri, Skybreaker, boldest of the heroes of old, succeeded in climbing to the summit, and stood in the hall of the Mountain Father in the flesh. Korth, being a good sport, gave Sindri a hero's welcome. And the mortal returned to the Frostbacks the tales of the feast of gods and gifts from Korth. And soon more and more heroes were barging into the hall of the Mountain Father, demanding to be showered with honors. Korth grew weary of throwing banquets, and the other gods began to fear his temper. So Korth spoke to the Lady of the Skies and lifted Belinus from the earth into her realm, which could not be reached even by the most intrepid climber, and there he dwells in peace. What is that spot over there? How do I get there? Oh my lord. There we go. Smack my butt into that tree. Excuse me, indigenous wildlife. Yeah, right. Can't jump up that little hill. It's pretty interesting too, now that we have all this, the knowledge of this well of sorrow inside of us that whispers to us. It's not saying anything to us at this zone, right? We should have done this before that, I suppose, but like, hey, where are my ancient elven voices? Should they be whispering to me? Are we gonna get something to come back here? That's kind of what I fear. I know I've talked about it like every stream with Dragon Age, but it's really one of the few gripes I have is that in a lot of games when you get to like a quest object but you don't have the quest, it still lets you get it. And then when you get the quest, you can be like, oh, I already have that. It's right here in my bag. Not in Dragon Age. So you can go explore like these little nooks and crannies and find nothing. And then later in the zone, there's some farmer that's like, oh, could you go up? There's this crevice between a stump and a whatever. And I left a ring there. It's on top of a log. And you have to go back to that same spot. Fell off the side of your bed once, still hurts years later, bruising your tailbone, and does not sound fun. Hey, you happen to go to the farmer's crevice? Boy, don't I know it. God, there's just more and more. Oh God, Blackwall's dead. That is not good. What the crap? Click. All right, Sarah, can you res Blackwall? There you go. Thanks. I'll try to stay alive. No promises. We are pretty much dead. Well, Sarah can res him. Run, Blackwall, run! So that we might not have to walk back here. Alright, nice. These stack, I wonder. Well, it's not a heal over time, so I guess stacking's not the right word. Alright, let's try that again. We killed some of them, though. It's this one that's doing all the damage. This is like an elite one. Hello, where is everyone else? What is killing all them over there? I have the elite one over here. Like, even Blackwall is just getting shredded in his zone. I mean, he was soloing dragons, and he just dies, like, instantly in this place. Scan can one-shot you. So rough, yeah. Well, I had the rogue over there on our side. I'm not sure what he's getting. I think he's getting blasted by some of the archers. We're gonna have to refill our potions, come back. Also, I need to use the confusion grenades on these guys, I think. Didn't work on demons, but it should work on these. So this is such a long trip back up here. Oh my god. I'm gonna try again, even at this low health. Screw it. I just don't want to. I'm gonna have to come all the way back. All right, let's try to use the confusion thing. See if it works on these guys. Part of it is I'm just not used to playing against things that are actually like killing us either. Like the last few zones we've done, even current level zones, have been really smooth. And then man, this one is just like super brutal. I have to go up there. I checked too. We have like current level armor. Well, as high as armor that I have means to craft anyway. Frozen gates. The gate remains frozen even at the height of summer. A piece of ice chiseled from the hole remained unmelted in a bucket of warm water, even withstanding the heat of burning embers. I've never seen such magic. Our Avvar guide Ragnar will tell me nothing about what lies beyond the frozen wall. I've exhausted all possibilities and shall have to accept that I will never pass beyond that gate. I have retained a piece of ice for my own use. Its properties make it perfect for chilling my cider on hot days. I should take pleasure in this and try not to fixate on my unsated curiosity. I want an ice cube that's perpetually cold. Have good use for that. All right, let's go look at the frozen gates. There's probably a frozen throne behind there.
That wall is massive. Who is it meant to keep out?
Maybe it's meant to keep something in Blackwall. Like, maybe it'll open up when we get all the correct Order of the Dragon statues. Alright. We did that Asterium, so that's the last one. Alright, let's head south. Oh, get the smarts. Maybe it's a secret passage to Hinterlands too. We can only hope to be so blessed. All right, screw that direction. I think there must be more shards here too, right? Oh, this guy again. There's 2 elite ones there and 2 warriors, and we have no potions. Seems like it was only 2019 when I was deciding between mages and Templars. Yeah, it feels about right. That feels about right. Can we circle around the side? Nope. All right, let's try this confusion thing on them. Well, the problem is I hit all of them, so they have no one to attack. It works, but I'm not the Tusket. Those 2 are still on our side. All right, here they come. Fusion thing on humanoids is super good. I just gotta make sure I only hit like 1 or 2 at a time. Yeah, better take that guy out. You still like it though? You don't mind story day continuing even if it means months of side questing? Literal months of side questing. Gotta get the most out of this game, man. This thing costs like $7. Gotta get like 50 hours per dollar. All right. So we already came up here, but it looks like it keeps looping through. It's better than the alternative for you. You don't want more RimWorld? Oh, I have to get down there to continue on. Yeah, alright. Sure. Side quest are good. Sounds like fun. I haven't spun around in my chair in a long time. Just do that. Imagine how I feel when everyone loves Greedfall, but I don't. But what? There's very few people who like Greedfall. Come on. That's how you feel about RimWorld in that genre in general, huh? Oh, oh, oh. Ugh. It's actually gonna line up where we want. There's like a gap there. We're probably gonna have to come to that from the other side. I don't know. Oh well, we'll just go along this road and hope for the best. Hopefully we get to that camp. Oh man. I don't even know if it's gonna lead to that camp though. But we have no potions. We are far away from getting potions refilled. It's a pretty cool area though. Who's maintaining these torches? Heard it came out soon that people seem to think. Nowhere for 2 months. Have stayed next computer. Really? Man, that's crazy.
How
Hey,
can it be so dark?
Because there's no light, silly.
Ah, yes, that must be it.
Anyway, we discovered 14 out of 22 zones in this, or areas in this zone, I guess I should say. Quite excited for Outer Worlds 2. I wonder how long until it does come out. My wife is currently...
She'll be overwhelmed.
My wife's currently playing through the DLCs of Outer Worlds. But she started a new save file since it's been so long since she played it without the DLC. What do we got down here? Ah, yes, lurkers. They stun. Last board at work. Team has even less. Still training. There's nothing to do to even demo for you. What kind of work is it at the moment that you're doing? If you don't mind me asking. Well, I mean, if you had work to do.
Inquisitor. Still finding it difficult to breathe, but I'm not strewn across the landscape, so thank you. I'm Colette.
Oh, it's
Professor
Colette.
Kenrick's research assistant. I was hoping to conduct a survey of a Tavinta ruin in the hills. I may not have chosen the best route.
Stay with Kenrick.
You're Kenrick's research assistant, so that makes you a student at the University of Orlais.
It does? Why?
If I've said something wrong...
I'm sorry. That's usually asked with skepticism. The university accepts those worthy of admission, though elven students are few.
Utilization review, which is a fancy way to say work for health insurance company. Gotcha.
How do you find it there?
It's not easy, but this is what I want. And I like working for Professor Kenrick. Elven research students, where publications concerned, their work's often deemed not substantial enough for formal credit. But Kenrick cares about people who want to learn. If our research finds an audience, I know my name will be included.
What were you hoping to find at the ruin?
The Tavinta's time here was brief, but their architecture endured, offering shelter, forming landmarks. Ancient Avvar would have encountered these structures, which certainly predate Inquisitor Ameridan. Evaluating the ruins could offer insight into the region's history, once I can get set up.
You're still going there?
I've read everything we have on Ameridan, and studied up on new excavation techniques. I won't waste this opportunity. If you've a map, I can show you my destination. If you'd
I
be
do have a
interested
map.
in the findings.
Stay safe.
I will.
I wonder how, like, so when this DLC was first coming out, I wonder how they like advertise it. What do they say about it? What do they push to make people excited that liked Dragon Age to go to this zone? Is that what they did? They were like, find out what happened to the original Inquisitor. Like,
yes?
Because I don't know why, but even
Stay safe.
less so than some of the side zones that don't have a lot of content in this one. This zone so far has been like it looks fine, but the story in it's been kind of like, not as interesting in a lot of ways. And I mean, I find a lot of the random crap that we end up finding interesting. But oh man, I didn't do that up there. For some reason, this zone, I guess maybe part of it is because when we read the thing about Ameridan, the previous Inquisitor, oh, something's going on here. And it was like, well, no one knows and no one will ever know and whatever. It was just kind of put me off figuring out. I don't know. In-store marketing like GameStop and stuff like that. This shrine's crazy though. I mean, I'm kind of interested in learning about the Avvar and like their history and stuff, but I don't know. So far, it's not like we're getting very much of it. It's just mainly killing groups of really hard-hitting Avvar enemies over and over. The same group over and over. We took steps to avoid the Hakkonites and stayed out of their way for the most part. It would have gone uneventfully had prices and experience not cost him to leave visible prints in the dirt. The jaws of Hakkon used them to track us, and even Falker, I don't know, could not throw them off the trail. Persistent, we ended up hiding amidst the moldy corpses and sun-bleached bones that littered the ground around a strange shrine. It was carved of stone and capped with what looked to be a dragon skull. Thankfully, when the Hakkonites traced us to the shrine, the sight of it made them stop short. They whispered amongst themselves, and their leaders seemed to make a small bow of obedience to the skull. They then abandoned the chase. We still don't know what it was about the shrine that made the Hakkonites balk. Perhaps we don't want to know. I mean, it feels all kind of pretty obvious that it's leading up to us fighting some kind of dragon, some kind of big female dragon, and that she's probably being kept, or she's in slumber or whatever, behind the icy fortress gates. So I am interested to see if that's true and what it looks like if that turns out to be the case, but these vines are kind of interesting as well, because the lore in the zone was talking about how like giant snakes in the earth. Maybe it's referring to the vines. I don't know. Overall, the zone's fine. It's just the there needs to be more story in the zone, I guess. We still have no potions. Run into a hard fight. We just did. All right, how do we get up there? It looks like there might be a trail over there. So let's backtrack to that and go up to the camp. Elf fruit. Might as well grab that. The zone looks pretty cool though. Collect. Collect. Fruits. These trees are my friggin' way. There's a rift over there? Is that what I'm seeing? I don't know. We gotta get to this first. I guess I'll mark this to come back to later. The camp is directly behind where we are. So it is west from us. That looks like a rift to me, but it doesn't. It seems like if it. Yeah, it's a rift. All right. The shallows. Speaking about marketing for games, though, and Outer Worlds 2, that is a really good trailer. It's such a simple trailer, but it's so good. In the shallows and in the Indarsen Plains. All right, let's go hit up these two rifts, I guess. Please no despair demons. All right, this looks fine. Oh, that guy went flying. Number 2. Solus. You can set them to attack these? Those look larger. I don't know if that ends up meaning anything. What happens if you have them attack them? I don't know. See if you want to know. Sure, yeah. I don't mind knowing the times. Alright, so we got a fear demon, a rage demon, and then whatever was the third one, we ended up closing it up, so. Alright. Taunt this off of me, Blackwall. Thanks. So let's get out of there. Where's she? She's okay-ish. Not too bad. This is the largest one, 5 to 10. That one's just a dungeon, smaller. Third's out of the main story. It is 3 short quests. So this is the largest one by far. Okay. Because after seeing this, I was like, is the Deep Roads one a whole zone full of crap also? I mean, I'd be okay with it, but... So we're probably like over halfway through this DLC. It's not too bad. All right, let's go do this other rift. And now we can use our Mark of the Rift. We need it. What do we got? Pride demon. remember when I thought pride demons were like the worst, you know? Because they're the big hulking monster. But no, it's the little flying around, jump away from you jerks that are the worst. Let's dispel one. Oh, we can't. He does not have enough mana. We're gonna have to fight all this the old-fashioned way. Too bad. I mean, we actually didn't have to use any potions, so went much better than the other one. Enhanced knockout powder ring. What's another swift great axe? This is the same one we're already wearing, although this one has runes and stuff in it already. Dragon slaying rune, masterwork bladed pommel. So we might as well equip it. That's the first time that's happened. So we've got two. Wait, how is it a unique great axe? Can't be unique if we have two of them. That's really odd. Swift great axe. Swift great axe. So wait, does this one also have the stuff in it? No, it has the same one. Which one was I looking at that didn't have any? Oh, it was the War Maul. So literally just a copy of it, and it has one more DPS. Or the one we have has one more DPS. All right, interesting. Feel kind of ripped off there, not gonna lie. All right, man. So we have to go to here. Mysterious Island and Frostneck Basin may yield clues to the region's past. Let's just hit this up before I forget about it. Because now we can always warp back to this camp. So we gotta go back up these switchbacks. Meet Colette. Alright, Colette, we're on our way. Where was the... There it is. The lift. Oh, maybe I didn't want to use the lift. Do these actually start at the top? This might actually start at the top of that that treehouse camp. Wait, what is this? Can I go across those? All right, this has to be something. What do we got here? This isn't dangerous at all. Oh my lord. Okay, one more. All right, well, we're going back up. I gotta see what's over there. Apparently that first step's a doozy. We'll replenish the potions. All right. Camp's right here anyway. There's got to be some great treasure across that second tree. I don't know. Sometimes we've gone across things like this and you do get something awesome, like the cheese shield we got early game. But then other times you go across and there's like a grain sack with nothing, a wide item or something. What are you doing? What? Last time we just walked straight on it. What is going on this time? All right, we'll heal up. Where is this? Like down here-ish? How embarrassing for the Inquisitor. Definitely not for me. Yeah, I guess it doesn't connect. All right. Lift me. Wait. Does this actually branch off towards it? No, it's the same as the lift. Ooh, supplies. It's been a while since we saw one of these set up. What you guys got?
We see the Inquisition as the only hope against the breach. We've received a number of donations.
Thanks. Need Tomb Raider jiggle physics. Sorry, these nips don't jiggle. They are quite perky. So, Numenor, welcome in. All right, let's try this again. Remember Cheese Neighbor? I do, yeah. Right, more cheeses. How much cheese did they bring you this time? Wait, what if I like make one of you guys stay here in case I fall off? Oh my. Sarah, you stay there. Blackwall, you stay there. Solus, you're already on here, so. There we go, the loot. The reason we came all this way. 205 gold. Soft sheep milk cheese. What a ripoff this was. 205 gold. We have 100,000 gold. That's nothing. I've never had. We're rich. Sheep milk cheese. All right. Now we get to go meet Colette. I could finally afford a full chest plate. We can finally cover my nipples. I tried, but I can't unless I was a dwarf. It kind of sucks. The best armor that we have found, heavy armor schematic, is Dwarven only. Dwarven heavy armor only. Oh, we don't have to go up over there? Okay. No, we're rich, we're rich. Man, with all these mountains and switchbacks and tunnels and stuff in this map, it's almost like they designed it to take as long as possible, too. I mean, look how spread out the camps are. It's like... It's kind of crazy. It's alright. We'll get through it. Whoa. Whoa there, creature. Alright, Colette. Almost here. You think originally this might have been a $20 DLC on release? I mean, I guess I'll wait to hold judgment, but at the moment, I feel like I wouldn't be happy with that. Yeah, I've already tried pulling that one. Wait, where is she? She is up on that one. Come Can we actually make it up there from this side? No, I think we're gonna have to go back around. Yep. Do a backflip. Do a barrel roll. I don't think any of those are gonna help me. Let's go and nip welcome in. Alright, so we do have to come up that way specifically. Sanic. Man, time flies when you're playing Dragon Age. How's it almost 6 already? Hopefully all the spiders haven't respawned, so I don't have to deal with that bull crap. Alright, so I need to go up that way. Oh, that doesn't loop around. Okay. What a race. We are human noble. Human noble. Warrior. Obviously, I guess. Opinions, last remission. Oh, God. We actually... Yeah, I haven't done that yet, so... That very well might be the case. It's alright, though. There's the path I was looking for. Alright, now that we're on some flat terrain. Come, horse. Maybe that's why they made things so far apart. It's like, we gave him a horse. It's fine. Oh no, that's not the path I was looking for. Start next week with after the zone. Yeah, probably. So which part actually connects upward? Do I actually have to go up from the camp? Or will this loop back on itself? I mean, we did it earlier. I just can't remember. Stars joke, well, you were right. No, this is the way we went just a little bit ago. Oh my lord. And this ends up not leading to where we want to go, right? I'm almost certain. Yeah, I don't want to fight those guys again. Yeah, so this leads up and through here. That's actually under this, even though it doesn't look like it. So we do need to come up through here, although I don't remember how we did it, or where this switch back place is. Is it above the camp or adjacent to? Looks like it's above. I don't see that. Well, maybe that connects. We'll go up and see. I can't tell. It's not the path nor the droids we were looking for. Maybe this is it. Yeah, here it is. All right. So it does connect to the camp. We did it. After only like 10 minutes of stumbling around. All right, horse. It doesn't feel like the horse is much faster than running, honestly. Even holding the shift key, it's like... Look at this. You can see wind coming off of it, like it's going so fast that the horse is sprinting, but I think it's moving the same speed. The mouse in this game feels so slow. We did it. We made it. All right, Colette, I'm here. Back to Nigel's point. Ah, is it that door that we couldn't go down into? She's gonna take us in there.
You may want to see this.
The hunt of the fell wolf. The runner strode the winding road, and out of breath came she upon the bastion of the huntsman true to make her desperate plea. Ameridan in dragon's hide, heron clad in blessed steel, came forth to hear the tidings brought with so much breathless zeal. Upon the lonely moors the runner cried, a lonesome beast now dwells. As day gives way to night it strikes, all in its path it fells. 3 souls bravely led them out the darkening moor to see. As sun slipped neath the sighing heath, the hunter's guides did flee. The moon crept over the heather as a terrible cry released. In silvered light the hunter saw the arrival of the beast. Favored like a wolf it was in size with woodsman's death. Within its eyes burned eldritch fire, the fade in every breath. Swift as thought the hunter struck, the demon wolf fell back, but mortal strength alone could not prevent the beast's attack. A giant wolf. I know them. With one huge paw, the monstrous thing struck Ameridan the brave. Across the moor he flew and fell into a watery grave. Jaws like a dragon's clamped down tight around Heron's armored chest, and with the night it sped away from moonlight to the west. No living eye was there to see from peaty swamp arise Ameridan, who found himself alone neath darkened skies. Wait, thought it was his grave. Thought he was dead. The shattered shield of Heron we found upon the moor. In grief Ameridan did his vengeance swear, the beast's head he would procure. Whilst the beast across the moor bore Heron to its lair, a labyrinth of winding cave any mortal should beware. By wormlight in the twisting cave, Heron bravely fought to free himself from death's own jaws before his life was naught. With blade arm free, the knight struck true into the monster's eye, and off it fled into the dark with otherworldly cry. The wounded knight in darkness found within the cavern's gloom an idol carved of fade-touched stone, which could prove the monster's doom. Ameridan all alone did seek the demon wolf's fresh trail, and to the cave he came prepared, a wolf's heart to impale. Down the winding cave he sought the beast that slew his friend, and in the eerie wormlight met the beast at cavern's end. With burning blade Ameridan and monster met again, whilst elsewhere did Heron valiantly with demon wards contend. As demon stone was shattered, Ameridan struck true. Beast and spirit both felled at once, though neither hunter knew. Now wounded and in darkness, hunters separate made their way from the bottom of the cavern toward the rising light of day. Ameridan found Heron stumbling wounded from the cave, and both rejoiced to find the other yet free from the grave. As night passed into day, the two did tales of valor spin, and to this very day each claims that he alone did win. Your name's Nigel? I don't think I've ever met a Nigel IRL. Thanks, Colette. That was very important.
Inquisitor, I was going to send word. I found something. This inscription, almost completely faded, but 2 stood. Felt 60 true before our triumph. A breath in the hunt, and let rest the lowlanders, worthy of the lady's care. The markings and surrounding artifacts
this is pretty
date to
cool.
Ameridan's time. The references and scripts suggest Avvar.
Go on. He was wearing armor like me for a long time, so his nipples were out on display too, but
What's your theory?
he finally got better armor.
I need to complete a full survey and have Professor Kenrick evaluate the site himself. But this may be a tribute to Heron and Orina, Inquisitor Ameridan's companions.
What makes you think the
Nipples
inscription
of
refers to
steel.
Heron and Orina?
It's only a theory, but the age of the markings and surrounding artifacts match the timeline we've established for Ameridan. I found glass fragments in the clay, several with slight veins of discoloration. Blue, like Templar artifacts.
Templars?
The Templars were a new order in Ameridan's time. Given their small numbers then, few would be found outside the Chantry's reach. It's unusual to find one deep in uncharted territory, unless he traveled here for a purpose, as Heron would have.
So for anyone that doesn't know, the blue glass, basically lyrium. So the Templars ingest lyrium, which is this blue magical substance.
You don't think the inscription could refer to Ameridan himself?
It's possible, but Ameridan would have been recognized as a leader, which the inscription might have noted out of respect. And a breath in the hunt? Why note that your hunt continues unless your remaining prey was someone important?
What happened here?
An encounter with ancient Avvar, and not a friendly one. Ameridan and his companions were outnumbered in an unfamiliar place. If Ameridan's not here, perhaps someone bought him the time needed to keep going?
If this is the resting place of Heron and Arina, it only remains because the Avvar took time to honor them.
Respect for a worthy adversary? It wouldn't be out of place.
What do you know about Heron?
When the Templar Order was first formed, Sir Heron was among its members. He's arguably the most famous of the original Templars, though he was never one of their leaders. He's better known as one of Inquisitor Ameridan's confidants. They'd known each other since youth.
Make pizza? I'm actually making spaghetti tonight, I believe. And then tomorrow, I think I'm making homemade sloppy joes.
So they were close. Friends.
When Ameridan was made Inquisitor, Heron's position in his inner circle was assumed. A few ballads about them survive. The type with adventures and happy endings. I don't know if they're true. They remind me of my brothers, though.
Spaghetti for me tonight, spaghetti for you tomorrow.
What can you tell me about Arina?
Arina was an alchemist in Orzammar. It's said she met Ameridan while dealing with a demon, but it's not known why Ameridan was there. Demons aren't common in the deep roads, but they were a problem for the Inquisition at the time. Arina knew she could help.
No,
so
no,
she
I don't.
joined Ameridan.
If she left Orzammar, that would make her a surfacer.
She turned her back on the stone, though it's said she had few regrets. Some claim she was actually from one of Orzammar's noble families, but who can say? She never used her last name on the surface, and once exiled, the family likely struck her name from personal documents. Professor Kenrick petitioned Orzammar's Shaperate to grant access to their records, but the request was turned down.
What will you do with this information?
Professor Kenrick will expect detailed notes on the location, stone and clay samples, and any trace artifacts I can find. If Ameridan's history is compiled, this could be worth an entire chapter. I might get credit on the inside cover.
Thank you, Colette.
Inquisitor.
An appeal to the Shaper operation available. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that with a war table thing because... Wait, another one? It feels like we're so close to the end of the game, aside from like the little bit of DLC we have left in the last main story quest. But we have like... It's crazy. We probably have 100 hours of war table literally just waiting for war table stuff to get done. So I'll probably look up changing that. I know you said there was a mod to get rid of it entirely. Well, that's notes. A series of detailed drawings, the description, glass shards, and surrounding area follow a handful of neatly written notes. 2 stood, felled 60 true before our triumph. A breath in the hunt and let rest the lowlanders. Worthy of the lady's care. The lady's care. We've heard this a lot in this zone. Description discovered in Tevinter ruin within Frostback Basin, not Tevinter in origin. Script style and surrounding symbolism marked text as Avvar. Writing not widespread and holds. Place marked by a leader or augur. Few lowlanders known to be in the area at the time. Glass and area likely means Templar presence long past samples prepared for Professor Kenrick. I want to go. I thought with the reading that thing about the wolf and the labyrinth and whatnot, it let us go in here. But this doesn't even seem clickable. Although this could end up opening as part of a war table thing. So, all right, got that part done. It doesn't look like we have too much more left in the zone. I want to hit up this Asterium from this camp. That looks like an area that a dragon would be in. We fought, like, there's a lot of, or not maybe a lot, but there's several places in the game where there's like suddenly a big flat area like this. And almost every time there's been a dragon fight there. going on here? A Gurgut. Those are also nearby a dragon back in... I want to say the Emerald Graves? Yeah, this is a pretty massive zone, though. Holy cow. What level are these guys up here? 24. It's gonna be up there somewhere. For better or worse, this game has got way more verticality than Origin. Origin, there was very little in the way of like levels. All right, so here we are. I think this is the last one here, which means this should open the way to an epic stash. All right, the first one in this zone was pretty hard, and the second one was pretty easy. Let's see how this one goes. Is that the wrong one? Let's see. So what is this one? This one's not used? Crap. Well, I missed one. All right, let's restart that. So we go this way first. Where'd I miss? From here to here. Okay. Whoops. All right. That felt like the right way until it wasn't. There we go. Is the Inquisition older than we thought? It probably just means we use that symbol as for things. Known as the Watchful Eye in common parlance, this constellation had great significance to the ancient Elamari and Syrian people of southern Thetis. Story goes that the Lady of the Skies opened one eye so that the light from her gaze could lead her people safely from the frostbacks. When Andraste's armies marched north from their ancestral lands to wage war upon Tefinter, they were guided by the eye. It became the Maker's gaze, not the Lady's, leading them to victory. The sword was added later. It's said that the star that marks the point of its blade only appeared in the night sky after Andraste's death. The early Inquisition took Vissus as the symbol of their holy calling when they joined the Andrastian faith. The eye representing both their search for Maleficarum, and the Maker's judgment upon their actions. When the Inquisition ended and became the Seekers of Truth in the Templar Order, the Templars took the sword while the Seeker retained the eye. They've revealed a cave. At least it's right by a campsite this time. All right. What kind of epic loot are we going to get from this one? Hopefully it's not another two-handed axe. That's kind of weird for me to say, but man, this is the first time we've ever got a duplicate unique item. It's like, I thought they were actually unique in the game, and we got 2 of them. Is it down or up? That's the question in this zone always. Down it is. All right. It's also where the question mark was. Yep. All right. Epic loot. A one-handed sword. 50% armor pin. 2% attack. 7% heal on kill. 27% stagger on hit. Restriction warrior only. And we got a schematic. All right. Let's go check on the war table. More of those set up. A way to forbid parties since there isn't a mod to. Not that I know of. If you turn off all of the tables as gathering spots, will they stop doing it? Because I know that's how they decide where to have parties. Wait, why don't you want to have parties? No, nothing I know of. But I've never tried turning off every gathering spot. They'll even do the party without tables. Yeah. No, I never wanted them to, because I like the mood boost from the parties. What is this? A new book? God. Yeah, that's one thing I don't know about 100%ing is going around finding all those books. It's annoying because it stops workflow. What? You don't care about your colonists being happy? All right. So what we're headed towards? Exclusive training. Gain 1 combat ability point for the Inquisitor only. Connections. What's forces? Lots of schematics. Most of these I don't really care that much about. So this one's mainly all about merchants and stuff. Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, there's not really. At this point, the perks don't seem to matter all that too much, and we just recently got our like extra potion slot or tier 3, etc. Feels like I might as well just take the extra point. Like, even if I just throw it in some passive, at least it helps a little bit. All right, let's see here. It took the exchange of several favors, but Duke Sandril eventually agrees to intervene with his forces and guard the College of Magi's gates from the crowds. My ambassador toured the college and assured me that the refugee mages there are most grateful for the Inquisition's actions. They sent to us what artifacts were present, though whether they are what the Venatori saw is uncertain. Duke himself is pleased at our handling of the situation. Influence and an amulet. No words, so much for a sincere desire for reconciliation. Michel was victim to Orlay's protocols once. Let him never find out that an Empress's friendship is conditional and only at her convenience. He deserves more than forgiveness behind closed doors. Just got gold for that. And the other one was in Ferelden? Inquisitor Trevelyan. Prayer cannot save you in the midst of battle, but it can restore the spirit after. May offer even the smallest comfort to the soldiers in Crestwood. I am pleased to do so. Sister Paulette. Jamie Higgs, thank you for the follow also. Those of you that are here for the first time, we have to do follower only mode just on Wednesday. We play the story games 1 day a week. And every time I turn follower mode off for it, we have people come in and spoil stuff. And this close to the end of this game, I just have to leave it on. But you'll be able to type tomorrow if you're around, and any day after that, obviously. All right. That's resources. That one we're already working on. Completed. Gather coin. Obviously don't need to do. Completed. Completed. Resources. 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 Appeal to the Shaperate. There we go. While historical documents shed light on Orina's time as Inquisitor and Ameridan's companion, little is known of her early life in Orzammar. The Orzammar Shaperate contains an immeasurable wealth of knowledge pertaining to the Tig's past. Professor Kenrick has made several requests to study their records, all of which were denied. As an ally of the Inquisition, Orzammar may be more willing to answer a petition from Skyhold. Information, then I have reports on card activity the king might find interesting, or we can send ambassadors to Orzammar to make the request. The right gifts to the right people may expedite the process. All right, Liliana, you can go.
Let's see what we have.
That's the Deep Roads. That's one of the other DLCs. All right. We got left over here. Completed. 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 Unmask those across the sea. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones I wanted to do. How do people remove the downward pointing triangular symbols from our outpost? They have not made a reappearance, which means little. It's clear someone has an interest in the Inquisition, someone organized. With ties to those across the sea, we've eliminated the Qunari as the most obvious suspects. Nonetheless, knowing who they're not does not tell us who they are, what they're doing, or why. They're clever, we know that, and they have resources, but so do we. Should learn they're not to toy with Inquisition. So we could send Cullen, we can't send Liliana. I won't commit our forces to hunting a shadowy cabal obsessed with little chalk drawings. Let's see if we forget this and focus on Corypheus. See, we'll have to strike hard and fast. I want to send her, so won't be able to do that right yet, so we'll wait on that one. Oh, this one is another one that I really want to do. The Consequences of Blackwall's Lie. A letter written in fine hand and lightly scented, signed by Josephine. The issue of Tom Rainier has been settled, but his deception has had far-reaching consequences. Had we not used the Grey Warden treaties, we might not have found ourselves in so awkward a position. As it is, I receive daily messages from all quarters, demanding we make reparations. We must do something. And then Cullen underneath. I'm sorry, did we embarrass a duchess at a soiree by stepping on her gown? Or was the sky torn open and Haven beset by an ancient Darkspawn magister? We needed the gold. We needed the men. You would have persuaded someone to part with them, with or without the treaties. We are not making reparations for doing what we had to do, what no one else could have done. Don't forget, we are now allied with the Wardens. We had no authority to conscript before, we do now. Tom with a fancy H in his name. That's right. Except for we're not back. No apologies. What happened with the Wardens give us more authority than ever to use treaties. Sorry. Do we want the Inquisition to survive beyond Corypheus' defeat? We won't always be at war. Why alienate allies when it would take so little to appease them? Yeah, all right, go ahead. Go ahead, Josephine.
Let us begin.
Don't listen to Cullen. Okay, what else do we have? Learn more about dragons. Dragon that Corypheus controls looks like an archdemon, but it's something else entirely. Well, now we already know what it is. To defeat his threat, the it's a Horcrux. It's a Horcrux. We learned that today. So we should have done this a long time ago. But in the story quest today, we learned that it is a dragon. It is not an archdemon. And the reason why it is like it is because Corypheus has basically put some of his life force into it so that if Corypheus dies, the life force from the dragon can then go in to another body and form a new Corypheus, basically, or that he can continue to live. So it is his Horcrux. But unlike Tom Riddle, he only did one, apparently, as far as we know. To defeat his threat, the Inquisition must know all it can about dragons. Frederick or Sorrel to the self-styled research of dragons may be of some help. However, no one knows when Corypheus may attack next. Frederick and the Inquisition may focus on the... Okay. So what is Cullen? Didn't you recently discover a dragon nesting ground? Yes. Might be able to learn something from it. Get him to lend a research expedition. Supply an entourage. All right, fine. Sounds good.
Good work.
All right, we got all three sent out. Let's go dump the goods that we found. I have a feeling this is going to take 2 more streams. I think next stream we're going to end up finishing the current DLC, doing the Deep Roads DLC, Then we're gonna end up talking to every friggin' one about the story quest. And then it's gonna be like 5 o'clock, and I'll be like, I don't know if we have time. I hope that's not the case, but if it is, it is. $500 life ward heal. Wow. That actually might be worth it. Whoa, 3 of them. Why are they gray? And the blue one was like 150 heal. We still spent like no money in this game. That's how it usually goes when we in RPGs though. I'll save things. Just save them. It's like, oh, we might need these potions. I can't use my potions right now in this battle. Like when, obviously not in Dragon Age because potions are replenishable, but you know, like the old Final Fantasy games, like, oh, I can't use my Phoenix down. So what if we have someone die during a more important fight? Hakkon's honor. Among the Avvar, the longsword is the weapon of those who defend their holds. No house without at least one, hung in a prominent place in case invaders come in the night. It is a tool of honor, keep one's people safe or to end one's life before being taken by the enemy. Hakkon once granted his honor to warriors who kept watch in the darkest hours. His name. It won't let us finish. The bitter axe. This axe makes an odd hiss as it cuts the air, as if it were angry. We already read that one. I think we might be able to make the... I don't know. This one might end up being better overall, depending on what we can put into it. I'll hold on to it so we have a look. Demon. Thank you for the follow, Demon. Welcome in. All right. Came from Final Fantasy. Beat save resources. NCO at a young age. Yeah, it might be the early Final Fantasy. That's the first time I can think about it, or think of ever doing that. Also. Well, as much as I don't want to, I'm gonna have to end it here. It's after 6. I gotta go start dinner. We got a lot done, honestly. We got a big story quest chunk done, and we got a huge portion of the DLC. So, aside from war table stuff, all that we have left is the rest of the DLC in the Frostback Basin. Then we have the Deep Roads, which is just a dungeon. It's apparently way shorter. I'm guessing it's going to be more like, I don't know, the other dungeon zones that we've gone in. And then we have main story, and then a follow-up DLC after main story. So, chunkful day. Well, let me start this, or stop this recording, rather.